Come on. And a doot. And a doot. And there we go. Cool. Yep. Streaming. Internet. Hello, Internet. Today at work was not like yesterday at work, in that we had like 6 babies under 1 year old at once. Maybe closer to 4, and then 1 or 2 left, and then we got the twins. But the thing is, they all needed to be in bouncers or swings, or held by an adult. We have 2 adults on staff. Anytime your hands are full of baby it's not a good time, because then your hands cannot be full of anything else. So hello, Brenna. Sure, we can light the forest on fire, why not? Ideally, all of the babies stay in swings or in bouncers, because that way they're taken care of and you can do anything else with your time with all of the other kids, of which there were many. And like, I'm new there, but even according to my coworker who's been there a really long time, that's the most babies we've ever had at once. Just like, the entire main rug was just covered in bouncers. And all of them were fussy, and none of them wanted to be in the bouncers. And the issue is, all of the slightly older kids who used to be allowed in bouncers did want to be in the bouncers. And so we had to keep them from playing with the bouncers because the babies were playing with those and they couldn't crowd the babies. And everybody kept trying to rock the swings. And the older kids are not allowed to rock the swings because they will get too excited and just rock so hard that the baby falls out of the swing, which we don't want. Today was a day that happened. It was hectic. At one point, I had to wash my hands one hand at a time because I had a baby on the other hip, and then keep that because she would not be put down. She would scream if I tried to put her down and, like, keep her feet from supporting her. Just complete noodle limbs. They're a hassle, but, like, they make me feel alive like nothing else does. Like, I am happiest while surrounded by kids. Anyway, so we had the twins who were still in their stroller and stayed in their stroller the whole time because they didn't fuss so much that we had to get them out of the stroller. And if we get them out of the stroller, we can't put them back in the stroller because of some obscure law thing about what things we're allowed to buckle them into. It was a time. It felt a lot longer than it actually was. Hello, Boot. Okay. And then one of them invented a game where they were lions/cheetahs running around from the hyenas because they'd been watching Lion King. So the problem was that meant they were running full tilt around the room on all fours. Not... You know what? There are worse things they could be doing. And have done. I honestly really like this job. It's crazy, but I really like this job. Also, Ink, say hi.
Hello.
Ink's here. Yay.
Hello. I am Ink.
Are you sure?
Is anyone sure of anything, Kat?
I'm sure that your face is cool.
Uno reverse card.
Right. That's, you know what, 4 minutes and 20 seconds of stalling is the perfect time to open up Minecraft.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You guys can hear her, right? Right? I'm not the only one who can hear her. I'm not gonna spend an entire stream talking to myself again.
I am definitely here. I'm not a voice in your head.
I mean, technically you are a voice in my head.
Well...
Technically.
Yeah, exactly. I just told
given
you.
That
I just told you.
All sound is voices in our heads because all sound is vibrations entering our ear canal, which is inside our head. But that's pedantic anyway.
YouTube updated its layout and it's kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about it.
I just want Discord to fix the icon, man. I will take any changes. I just want the old icon back.
Which icon?
The Clyde. They ruined him.
Oh.
They ruined my boy.
Please don't turn me into an oversimplified logo. Oh no.
No, please don't turn me into marketable plushies. Yep.
So I don't think they can hear me.
Can they not hear you? Oh, for the love of all that is lovely.
If you guys can hear me, spam whale in the chat.
Thank goodness.
Oh.
Cool. Fantastic. Good to know. Radical.
Is this a techno stream?
No, I'm not selling out enough for that. Instead of a sellout timer, we have a hydration timer.
True.
But remember, everybody subscribe with Prime so we can, well, I mean, I guess it's a Thursday, so we can afford more shrines. The shrine budget.
Yes, the shrine budget. May I ask what the shrine budget is dedicated to? Like, which shrines we have available right now?
Literally anything but pumpkins.
Anything but pumpkins. I see.
Anything but pumpkins.
Why?
Because they want a pumpkin shrine and they don't get one.
I see. Makes sense.
Yes.
Seems like an argument.
Exactly.
Understandable. Yeah.
No pumpkin shrine for chat. They have not earned it.
No pumpkin. No. Jail for pumpkin shrine. Jail for 1,000 years. Ooh, there are new things. There are new tier things.
On Earth? Yes, there are. Generally.
No, I mean the gremlin crime currency things.
Yes. But you can't tell them they'll start using it.
Oh. It sure is a shame that we're live right now, huh?
Yep, that's a real shame. Uh-oh.
Oops.
Okay, how many trees do I have? This many trees. That is not enough trees. Time for more trees. Hooray.
You have 17. You have 17 trees.
I actually have more trees than that. Learn to count.
Oh. You have 43 trees.
Actually, I have 42. Learn to count.
No! I wanted to say 42, but I didn't. No! Wait, you actually had 43 trees and then you put one down?
Yes!
I didn't know!
What? Alright, Ink is officially clairvoyant, and she will be prophesying our doom. Which really makes me feel secure.
I only do that on Wednesdays.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Thursdays just aren't the doom prophesying days, you know? It just doesn't feel right.
What do you prophesy on Thursdays?
Well, sometimes I prophesy that random machines just won't work, but you know, I don't like
really
doing that
on a
one.
day I'm streaming Ink? No.
As I said, I don't like that one. It's poggant. It's a very poggant time, you know.
I just really appreciate that we've indoctrinated you into saying that.
Oh, no, I would have started saying it anyway, because when I said Pog for the first time, you got very excited because nobody else was saying Pog in our friend group. And you were like, oh, nobody else has said that, so now I want to say things because it makes you happy. What?
Stop that. Stop being wholesome. This is the crime channel where we do crimes. Not nice things.
You look very cute today.
Okay, Ink, can you really quick read aloud to me the name of our channel points?
Gremlin crime currency.
Uh-huh. Crimes! Not wholesome, adorable messages. Crimes!
Well, if crime is the norm, then breaking the norm can be considered a crime. So technically, by being wholesome, I am still committing crimes.
Yeah, well, your hair is fluffy, and it's the best thing I've ever seen.
Thank you.
And also, you really just do look like Jim Hawkins from Treasure Planet, and I need you to accept that and understand that.
No, I've known this for a while now. I look like Jim Hawkins and Pidge, but pastier.
Yes, just vampire Jim Hawkins Pidge Voltron.
Yes. No, not vampire. I'm very
Of course
human.
not. You would never be a vampire. You've never even seen a vampire.
No, because they're not real, you know? They're just, they don't exist. They aren't real.
Just like capitalism.
And the Queen of England.
But if she's not real, then who's been giving us all the orders to make tea?
That would be me. I'm sorry. It's just,
but
it's
Ink,
good for you.
I got an email from the Queen of England, and she said that I specifically had been asked by her to make tea for the royal family, and I just had to give her my bank information, and I was so happy. Are you telling me that was a lie? I
no,
did.
don't worry.
And now there's no money in my bank account, but I'm sure that's a coincidence.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. That's totally.
They offered me a free
not...
toaster.
Yeah. Did you get the free toaster though? That's the real important question.
Yes.
Well,
however, it does
not
not actually toast though.
Oh, what does it do?
So it's like a little robot arm that holds up a glass of champagne, and so it's a toaster. But I really did not need that kind of toaster in my life. Like, I appreciate it, but you know, I already have too many things I don't need. And I'm thinking I may have to give it away or like garage sale it or something, but you know, I think it's already like imprinted on me psychically. So not really sure what to do about that.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like you got the better end of the deal. Like, they just got tea. You got
all of
toaster.
my money.
And well, no, we don't know who has your money.
Exactly. I thank you for correcting me.
It could be anybody.
Anyone.
Anyone. Which is nothing to worry about. Don't worry.
Nothing to worry about. It is fine. Everything is fine.
Yeah.
Nothing has ever been wrong.
Tea.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's
Does
very
that make
tasty.
you the Queen of England? No, Queen of Inkland.
Inkland. I am the Queen of Inkland. I want a propaganda poster. This is the Queen of Inkland.
You have the power to make that, you know.
Yeah.
Do it, I dare you.
But like, does the Queen of Inkland make their own poster?
They do if they're as good at art as you are.
How dare you?
How dare you and your face and your existence be so amazing? Illegal.
How dare you be so wonderful and cute and lovely and very supportive? Ha.
How dare you be one of the most genuinely caring people I've ever met?
How dare you be one of the most genuinely wonderful and helpful and loving people I have ever met and ever had the pleasure of knowing.
I'm not. It's all a ruse. I am actually, a ferret. I am a ferret who has never experienced love, and I tricked you.
Okay, but the fact that you're a ferret just makes it better, doesn't it? Because ferrets are fabulous. Like, honestly,
yes, I'm fabulous,
I see no downside here.
But Ink,
you
I never loved you. I was just using
well,
you to steal your socks.
Oh, yeah. Actually, speaking of socks, I have some like neon pink socks that have a little skeleton and a beret on them, and the packaging said bonjour, and it's amazing.
That is the greatest thing I have ever heard.
I know, right? They're my favorite socks. Because it's bonjour.
Brenna, don't ask me what I need the socks for. That is none of your concern.
I will give you my socks. I have too many, if I'm being honest. Like, people just give me socks because they don't know what else to give me, because I'm digital artist, right? Which means that I don't use all of the many sketchbooks that I have, but I can't give them away because they were all like birthday and Christmas presents. So I just have a multitude of sketchbooks. And I finally managed to communicate to people that I really do not need the sketchbooks. Like, I appreciate them, but I really don't need them. So I finally managed to communicate with this to people, which means that no one knows what to give me.
No.
So I just get
Stop
socks.
running away. No.
Burn the cow.
He made it to the water and then he just gave up. And burned.
Honey. Looks like he needs some self-care. Well, needed.
He's dead.
Past tense, you know. He needed it. He needed it, but...
Remember, kids, self-care or you will be attacked by a random alien and burned to death. I mean, am I an alien within the definitions of alien to a cow in Minecraft?
Yes, you are alien because you are foreign and strange, therefore alien.
Precisely.
Which is why that one joke in the Eyebrows Doctor, Peter Capaldi, I think. There was this one joke.
Doctor.
Well, yeah, because he's got eyebrows.
Eyebrows Doctor.
Well, yeah, he's got big eyebrows.
I adore you.
Thank you. We know reverse card.
Hey, Haunted! How's it going?
His corpse hit the water. That's... Oh.
Okay, listen. The cow corpse hitting the water is never going to be as horrifying as the sheep I killed while it was mid-eating animation. And it fell to the ground still eating and it looked like its neck had been snapped.
Oh no!
It was horrifying.
That's so upsetting.
It's clipped somewhere on this channel. I don't know where, but it's clipped.
I want to find it. I wish to see the broken neck sheep. Anyway, but like there's this one joke in Peter Capaldi Doctor where one of the companions, I don't remember who, I think it was Bill. I haven't seen a lot of
the science guy.
That would have been interesting, but no, they didn't do that. But
major failure on their part.
Yeah, I know, right? Just get Bill Nye the Science Guy. Really.
Can we get just like a Doctor Who mini episode where he's the doctor? Please. I need it.
Oh, that would be amazing. I'd watch that.
Like your face.
Huh?
Like your face, which is also amazing. Ha. Get complimented.
Oh, I said...
Nerd.
You said that after I said I'd watch that, so I was like... like, okay, like, thank you, I guess, but... Anyway, so there's this one joke in that series where one of the companions says that there's, like, the movie Alien. And Capaldi Doctor's like, well, that's why people don't like your planet, because you're, like, racist against aliens. But alien just means foreign. It doesn't mean extraterrestrial, because extraterrestrial means extraterrestrial. And it can be a shorthand, but the reason that alien is called alien is because, you know, alien, but also because it's a strange, terrifying, foreign thing. It is not scary because it's an extraterrestrial being. It's scary because it's murdering people. You shouldn't be getting upset.
Everybody does that.
Yeah, like, really, you shouldn't be getting upset about that. Just, honestly, the joke itself is only funny if you look at it at a bare surface level and you don't actually think about it.
Like most jokes.
And those well, no, because good jokes are funny even when you think them through, and the best jokes are funny when you laugh at first and then you think about them, and then they're funnier because the context of the joke is clarified when you think about it, even though it was funny without having to remember all the context for it.
False and untrue. The best jokes are the ones where you think it's funny and you laugh, and then like 5 minutes later you realize it was actually incredibly horrifying and morbid.
Yes, but also it's still funny. Because if it's not still funny when you realize it's horrifying and morbid, then at that point it's just horrifying and morbid.
Yes, and you've made someone laugh at something that is horrifying and morbid, which means you have won.
But that only works if you're the one who made the joke, though. Because if you're not the one who made the joke, then it's less entertaining.
I make all the jokes.
Because you're horrified and...
Nobody else has ever made a joke.
Ah, yes, I see. I see where I went wrong.
Yes. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend. Somewhere along in the bitterness. And I would have stayed up with you all night. But I don't know how to save life. No, the best jokes are the ones that are incredibly stupid, but you will never stop laughing at. For instance, Hamburger. Hamburger. Super planet whale. We're fine. We are mature adults with mature adult senses of humor. Wine tastings. Taxes, mortgage. Mortgage, crippling stress, student loan debt.
Why would you say that about my mom?
I mean, I know that it can be hard to accept sometimes, but I really think you're not going to be able to move forward until you just recognize that. And like, I know that it's a hard truth, but as your friend, I know that sometimes I have to be the one to give you the hard truths.
Taxes, tax evasion.
Yeah. Life insurance.
Mortgage.
Mortgage, societal pressures to marry and have children?
Mortgage, societal pressures to marry and have children.
Mortgage, societal pressures to marry and have children. Taxes.
Taxes.
Tax evasion.
Tax evasion?
I hardly know her.
How can I evade the taxes if I don't know they exist?
Exactly. What are taxes? I have never heard of them.
They aren't real. They're just a lie propagated by the government to get more money so they can start things.
It's just a Kickstarter. Taxes are optional.
Yeah, see? It's really you don't actually have to pay your taxes. You just have to acknowledge that they exist and say, "Wow, I wish I could contribute." And then you don't do anything, and that's
exactly.
Okay.
It's like, "Wow, that would be really cool if somebody did it." Oh
yeah.
Well. And then you just move on, just like that.
Yeah.
Just like the government does when it encounters problems that it should by all means be dealing with.
Yeah, just like how if you actually do math, then you can realize that the salary for a single senator of the U.S. government could technically pay off the U.S. debt in less than 150 years.
Wowie! That's so cool! I love
Isn't
math
that interesting? Isn't it just so cool how we have a very solvable problem, but it isn't being solved because the people in charge are simultaneously and unbelievably corrupt and too busy looking down their noses at everyone else and saying how they should be solving problems to actually solve the problems.
Yeah, but Ink, if you say that it's a problem and then never do anything about it, you are morally in the right because you know that it's a problem. What else could anybody else ask of you?
Yeah, exactly.
Stop that, sir. The poor cows need to stop dying. Da 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 da, burn the witch. Da 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 da. Can we do Christmas in June? Hello, Ender friend.
I won't confess my faults, accusation. I hear their chants, burn the witch.
What is this from?
It's a song. I couldn't stop listening to it for a while, even though it kind of stressed me out. So I know like very specific parts of the song by heart, but I don't know most of the words.
The moon was high, like friends were 90%. Went home and tried to stalk you on the internet. Now I've got all the books beside your bed.
The wine was cold, like the shoulder that I gave you in the street. Cat and mouse for a month or 2 or 3. Now I wake up in the night and watch you breathe. The song becomes infinitely creepier if you think she's just a stalker.
True, there are... okay, so you know that Owl City line that's like, anytime, anywhere, turn around and I'll be there?
No, but I do now.
It's from Shine Your Way. It's the song at the end credits of The Croods.
Oh,
which
yeah,
really sure was a movie.
Know.
It sure did exist. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting how movies sure can do that, huh?
Yeah. I feel like really we don't put enough thought into that. Just like movies exist sometimes.
Yeah,
and like the consequences
not really anything we can
of that.
do about it. Huh?
The consequences of movies existing, I feel like just are a really underappreciated concept. What with, you know, the movies and the existing and the horrors. Just
I was gonna get like real for a second and talk about like an actual problematic movie, but then I decided that no, I wasn't gonna do that. So never mind.
Let's talk about Gruff, our imaginary problematic movie.
Oh, it has so many problems.
My coworker was complaining about Disney movies this morning, so I mentioned the plot of that to her, and she says she wants it to be a thing.
Why would she want it to be a thing?
I guess she found it compelling.
I hope she just says, I want it to be a thing because she thinks that it's funny and would therefore be ironically amused at its existence. But if it did actually exist, she would dislike it. I hope it's one of those situations.
She's just too jaded by Disney movies to care anymore. We watched Anastasia as our first movie of the day. Which, on one hand, great, Anastasia's fabulous. On the other hand, we had a 2-year-old. She was scared of the green goblin fairy things. I had to go distract her with coloring because otherwise she was going to just start crying because she was scared of the goblin fairy things.
Honey, that's so upsetting.
Except, like, she'd get drawn in by the TV and then she didn't want to go anywhere. She'd just go, and it's like, hey, do you wanna go play something else? Do you wanna pick out a book to read? No. Are you okay? Scary. Are the green things scaring you? Mm-hmm. How about we go find something else to do? Mm-mm. Child!
Yeah. Anastasia was actually made by 21st Century Fox, but then Disney bought it.
Wow, 21st Century does? Good for it.
I want to laugh properly, but I recently blew my nose, so which means and I'm like potentially bordering on a cold, which means that like my nostrils are dry, so I can't actually snort without causing a sore throat. But I am snorting in spirit, you know.
And clipped. That's gonna go right up there with hot sauce.
I forgot about hot sauce.
How could you forget about hot sauce?
Because I'm the one who said it.
I never forget anything I have said ever in my entire life.
Press X to doubt.
Actually, on the other hand, I cannot remember what I first said to you when we met, so fair. I think I complimented your hair, or maybe I just said some really weird conversation starter because that's what I do.
I do not remember us first meeting. I just remember the vague impression of, I would like to be friends with this person. I don't remember a lot of things.
Fair. It was that one game night thing, and your sister brought you, and I'd never met you before, and everyone was like, she's allergic to cats, so we all need to wash our hands because there are cats, and we don't want her to die immediately. And I was like, okay. And then you showed up, and I was like, hey, a cool human. And then the rest happened.
Was it that game night? Yes.
The one that also involved leapfrog.
I sat next to you because I had a friend crush I wanted to befriend. I had
mutual
squish.
Friend crush. Mutual squish.
Requited platonic friendship. Who needs romance when you have requited platonic love, right?
Where is my tag of just slow burn enemies to friends?
Yes, because everyone assumes that enemies to friends means they're gonna end up kissing, but like, why would you kiss? You can just sit and play video game.
Exactly. Why kiss when video game? Inc. 2021.
Yes. What's the point? It's your mouth is not for that.
What is your mouth
for? It is for consuming the souls of your enemies. It is not.
I thought I did that just kind of like, well, you know what? Yeah, you can do that with your mouth. Pretty much. I mean, I've always preferred to do it with my fingers, but like.
That's fair. That's valid, you know? Just like your mouth is for eating and consuming the souls of your enemies. Your fingers are for assisting in things and eating the souls of your enemies, you know?
Yes.
But like, your mouth was not designed to mash with another food hole. That makes no sense.
Exactly. The mouths are for eating. Why put them with another mouth? That's just unsanitary.
Yeah. You don't know what they've eaten. You don't... Is this why people buy their dates dinner, so they know what they ate, so they know if it's safe or not to give kiss? Is that why you get
That is it. And then it all goes back to just like provider instinct, because we want to know that, you know, our potential mates could provide for us. So then, you know what? It all goes back to birds and the way they feed their young. It's the provider instinct.
But I don't want to vomit in anybody's mouth.
Well, I mean, that's just where your understanding stops, but plenty of people do. It's, you know, mutual vomiting in each other's mouths is a perfectly normal tradition. Why, I hate the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Don't worry, someone will eat them.
Maybe the only reason people kiss each other is to shut each other up.
That could make sense based on the amount of times I've seen it in media, but also it doesn't because of the amount of times I've seen it in media, and then everyone's like, wow, that was so, like, romantic tension. Like, I'm sorry. They wanted them to stop talking, so the fastest way to do that is to cover the mouth, right? So the fastest way to do that would be with your hand.
Cut off the air supply.
Yeah, cut off the air supply. Then if they cannot breathe, they cannot make dumb noises. Right? So
And clipped.
It's as simple as that, really.
Exactly. And also, I mean, if you're in an argument, kissing somebody to shut them up means your mouth is also occupied, which means you cannot give, that perfect rejoinder that would shut them up because you were right. Because you can't talk anymore either.
Yeah, yeah.
The goal is to keep them from talking while you talk, which...
Honestly, just use your hand or your psychic powers. Like, really, what's the problem? Why can't people just like cut off the circulation or like just sever the connection with the air tube and you're done, right? It's just in the throat.
You think people didn't have psychic powers just at their disposal for the way they carry on about it?
I know, right? Ugh, gosh.
Ridiculous. Am I out of rockets? Oh. No, I'm not. Okay, thank goodness. All right,
okay.
Homeward Bound. No, negative X, negative C.
On the road again.
Can't wait. Country road. Take my bones
to
a
the
place
skeleton to which they belong.
Oh yeah, my bones that belong to somebody else's skeleton, of course, yes.
Yes, because I have a skeleton. I own one.
You
It is
have a
mine.
human body.
I have a human body. It is my human body, and therefore I have one. I have a body.
Exactly. Just like everybody else.
Yeah, I am normal because I have a normal human body.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Why do I always press F2 instead of F3? Why do I do that?
Because they're very close together, much like the numbers 2 and 3.
Much like you and being awesome. Ha.
Much like you and being wonderful and one of my favorite people ever.
You can't just steal my compliment idea, Zick. It's not sportsmanlike.
Since when were we ever sportsmen?
Sport.
Never is the answer.
Excuse you, I have a fuzzy memory of playing t-ball in my backyard once.
I played badminton with my family for a while until everything badminton related was torn to shreds, broken, and then thrown away.
By, like, natural causes? Was it an act of God?
Siblings.
Natural causes.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
Yep.
The thing that happens when you click and then all of the same thing goes into the inventory or the chest or the box or whatever is just intensely, it's good. It's serotonin. Yes. I approve highly.
If I can do it right, then yes, it is serotonin.
It's very nice.
Come on. There we go. Whee. Hopefully I will not need to abandon projects to get more acacia wood in the next, 2 weeks? Maybe 3?
Well, it depends on what you're making. If you're making a giant mansion entirely out of acacia wood, I think you're gonna need some more. But
why would anyone make a giant mansion out of acacia wood, though? Is the thing.
Well,
Like, make better life
the pillagers
choices.
did it. They did it with our dark oak and stuff, so you know.
Well, did the pillagers make it or did they take it over?
Questions that scientists still can't answer.
Questions that game theory has tried to answer.
That is a very long list.
What? Really? No.
Never. Not game theory. Why is that chest labeled golden apples, but you have like exclusively enchanting books in there?
Because it's labeled cool things that I want to keep.
Oh.
Like valuables, but not so valuable that I can't get more of them.
I see.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
that
you
makes
do.
sense.
Okay, now this is empty, and these need to be somewhere that is not here. Okay. And then these need to also be somewhere that is not here. So if I debap, and then I go put these with my wool shulker, so I can dump it over by the weaver's area.
If you if
Yes?
you name wither skulls like Terry or something, and then you put them on top of soul sand, do you get a wither with a name?
I don't think so, because any named item that's placeable loses its name as soon as you place it.
Aww.
Yes. Life is very sad.
What's the point of naming items?
Not placing them. Putting them in item
it's-
frames.
Ew.
You got something against putting them in item frames, Ike?
No, I like item frames, but like I want to have a log that's named Jerome, but if I can't place the log named Jerome, then what's the point of having the log named Jerome? I don't want them framed.
So hold
I
him
want-
and just never place him.
But he needs to be free.
Do we really need to be free, Ink? I just left a shulker box down here. Okay, that is a normal thing for me to do. Fantastic.
Can you put shulker boxes in ender chests?
Yes, but you cannot put shulker boxes in shulker boxes.
I knew that part, but I didn't know about the ender chest thing. Rad. Ooh, is that black terracotta or black glazed terracotta or something?
Yep, black glazed.
That's so cool. It looks like spiders.
Exactly.
I love them. I don't like
don't love
real
the
life
spiders,
spiders.
though. Yeah, no.
I like the game spiders because sometimes they're funny and they'll just sit in a corner and spin, and then they never stop spinning because they really are trying their best, you know?
So what
But-
you find funny is that they are trapped in an endless loop, never able to move or gain peace.
Well, yeah, don't you?
I think we need to take a moment to consider the scale of bugs in Minecraft in comparison to all other animals, because it's not just that the
No.
bees are huge. It's that the bees and the spiders and the silverfish are huge. And the endermites, although those aren't really a bug. What else? Is that it?
Well, spiders aren't technically bugs either. Neither are silverfish if you go
Bugs
by
is
the...
a colloquialism.
Well, yeah, but then in that case, endermites would count as bugs, wouldn't they? Because they're...
Well, we don't know what endermites are. We can say that they look like our concept of bugs, but the other ones exist in real life and endermites don't. So we can't say for
Bane
sure
of
that they would be.
Arthropods works on them. Bane of Arthropods works on them, right? So theoretically, wouldn't
So
that...
instead, we're talking about the sizing of arthropods then. But that doesn't work on
Well,
bees, though.
Well, no, but
We
but
need
you see, if
disambiguation.
arthropods... Well, no, but I mean, if Bane of Arthropods works on them, then by the colloquial definition of bugs, wouldn't that mean that they are in fact
Bye,
bugs?
Brenna. Have a good night.
Oh, bye, Brenna. You're important and valuable and loved and valid. Be safe. Self-care. Bye.
You know what? I think it's excellent time for a hydration break.
Woo!
Everybody drink some water.
I have an entire 26-ounce water bottle with me, so.
Good for you. I have a gallon water bottle, so I'm better than you, but I mean, not that I'm implying anything with that.
We don't gatekeep self-care, Kat.
But we do girl boss it.
This is true. We're allowed to girl boss, but we're not allowed to gatekeep.
What about the gaslighting?
Well, I feel like if you're gaslighting somebody else, then that's not very self-care of you. And it's also not very girl boss of you, you know? Like
Fair.
It just doesn't really feel like a good option. So I feel like just girl boss, you know?
Okay. Just girl boss. Girl boss, girl boss, girl boss. The 3 Gs.
Yes. Girl boss, girl boss, girl boss. Girl boss to the 3rd power. Which is not at all how that works, but you know, I can pretend.
Girl boss cubed because it's Minecraft. We're geniuses. Ha! Change My Clothes comes out tomorrow. Which means
what?
it's the new Dream song.
Oh.
Which means I want to make a cover of it tomorrow. Because...
Oh.
You know,
Because
I've made a point... Exactly. I've made a point of covering Dream songs within a day of when they're released. Except for Road Trip, which I haven't, but... Okay, I did Mask promptly. And, like, if I'm looking for the cover to get any sort of traction, obviously, it would be best to have it out when there are relatively few and people are looking for them. So just from a number standpoint, it's best if it can be out soon. Also, then I will have posted something, because I can't post anything else until I do the Ode to L'Manberg thing, but I can't do that until I finish the thumbnail art for it, and I am never doing thumbnail art this detailed again in my life, and I don't even like how it's turned out, but it's like, I need to finish it at this point to prove to myself that I can. So...
I really want to do an art lecture, but I feel like I don't have the brain cells to properly make it work. Like, I just repeat myself a whole lot. But understandable. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Oh, that was weird. Okay, so I have the stream open while we're calling, and you said "yep" in the stream before you said "yep" in the call, because you said "yep" at different times. So this was like the first time you said "yep," and it lined up perfectly with the second time you said it. So it was
incredible, magical. Yep.
I don't remember how the rest of it goes anymore.
We can't be friends anymore.
No, I mean, like, I kept saying the first, like, opening notes for so long that I forgot how to continue from the opening notes.
Yes, Ink, we can't be friends anymore because now we're going to be rivals.
I
See you on the battlefield for just, like, a really emotionally charged fight scene that really has no place happening because other people would be attacking us and we would have no time for all of the dramatic posturing and chatting because, you know, people are being slain everywhere around us. But you know what? It's gonna happen anyway because it'll be dramatic.
There's like a bubble of, ooh, we don't want to go near those people while they're having an emotionally charged fight that people really just don't want to burst. So, like, there's a 5-yard radius area where no one's gonna come near because it's just uncomfortable, and you don't
Like,
you don't want to start anything because clearly these you okay?
I will be in 2, 1, 0. Yay.
Okay. So it's just there's an emotionally charged fight scene, and clearly these people have some issues that they need to work through. And quite frankly, if they're this committed to killing each other, you really don't want to get on their bad side because that's a lot of emotional damage that you just don't really need in your life right now, especially since your two countries or whatever are at war. So I feel like nobody's gonna bother us, you know, but like, don't worry.
Fair.
At some point, one of us is gonna hold a slightly bloody chipped knife to the other's throat, and we're gonna stare into each other's eyes very passionately for a while, and then we're gonna realize that we are friends actually. So it's
okay.
Yeah. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
But what if somebody else on the battlefield during our emotionally charged fight scene gets tired of us stalling and making a big deal out of something that should really just be making it into more of a theatric production than, you know, war and battle should be, and what if they just shoot us?
Well, then clearly they haven't been paying attention to the emotionally charged dialogue we're having.
Maybe they didn't read the script?
No, they didn't read the script, obviously. We all know, everyone on this battlefield knows that there has to be a point where we fight for like 5 minutes talking about how we feel betrayed, and then one of us gets the advantage because the other one can't strike a death blow. And then there's an emotionally charged 3 seconds where we stare at each other, and then one of us, who's the one who's holding the knife or the sword or whatever to the other's throat, starts crying, and then we hug, and then we can start working together.
Exactly. No, you see, the director actually revised that. So, the one with the knife starts crying and then turns and runs away. And is just miraculously very quickly lost in the crowd that used to be making a very wide path for her.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Well, that does change things a little bit, but like on the whole, I guess that makes a little bit more sense, you know? I feel like we're not necessarily ready for the hugging yet, because emotionally charged fighting to the death scene.
And then we spend 2 weeks apart with our respective armies, just kind of trying to heal, but just thinking the entire time about the interaction we had on the battlefield, and
Yeah.
And then we run into each other again.
But not before we heal totally, because there's like little scrapes and bruises on both of us, and we've got like bandages and whatnot. We have
a flashback to the time when we were kids and we fell down and scraped our knees, and we had a bonding moment as small children.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, wow,
And
call
then-
back to that.
Huh?
It's like, wow, call back to that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a call back to that, and then at some point we'll get separated from our armies, and we'll find each other in the woods, and we'll have to like spend a night sitting next to each other for warmth
We'll get
and protection.
trapped
So we
in
can
some sort of
avoid duty.
natural disaster where we have to stay together and try to survive. Hey
Yeah,
buddy,
yeah.
I love Hecate as much as you do, but maybe don't walk through her fire. Hello, darling. Okay. Positive Z, is that where I'm going?
But like, we'll have to stick together and we'll share a fire, and then it'll be really quiet for a while, and one of us will like crack a joke about the good times we shared, or say something about how we used to be friends, or mention a memory, and then we'll just like be buddies for a little while, and then eventually we're gonna have to split up again. But like the mutual pining is still gonna
But
be
this
there.
time we'll have a voiceover of like, you know, our plan for how to actually take this war down from the inside, because we don't want to be fighting anymore, you see.
Yeah, yeah.
And so from
And
there,
then-
you know, our plan will work, except it won't work at the last minute.
One of us is gonna die.
One of us is going to almost die, and everybody's
Yeah,
going
well-
to think that one of us died, especially the other one of us who has just watched their friend slash rival slash enemy die. But then, I mean, we're gonna
Yeah.
come back.
Yeah, yeah. It'll give whoever doesn't die the boost they need to like vanquish the final bad guy.
Exactly,
In a
because
very
vengeance.
dramatic- Yeah, yeah, in a very dramatic fight. And then as soon as the bad guy is like dead and bloodied on the ground, then she'll turn around and she'll see her friend like just on the ground, like not quite dead, like she's making breathing noises or something. And then there'll be a montage of this person healing, and then like
Yes.
almost not healing, and the other one's gonna be like freaking out because what if they don't heal all the way, and then the one who got knocked out is gonna eventually wake up dramatically, and the final scene will be us just like hugging and slightly crying, or it'll be
Well,
us like
that'll be the
hugging,
final
but-
scene of the montage, but then, you know, we'll have a little bit more conflict resolution. We'll see how our lives are turning out. Oh,
yeah.
that's a lot of things that want to kill me. Whee!
Don't worry, if you die, there'll be a friendship boost, so I'll kill them for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What was
But,
I
like,
talking about? Oh yeah, the final scene will be like us, you know, walking off into the sunset and like making an inside joke that is completely unintelligible to anyone who isn't us.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah,
like the
yeah.
audience gets it.
Exactly.
Yeah. They can like tell we're all friends again. It'll be great.
Yeah, yeah. And every now and then, like, if there's any sequels to this, there'll just be like, us just kind of vibing, and then in the background we'll like make some inside joke about the time that one of us nearly killed the other, despite the fact that
Budapest.
would be like a really emotionally scarring experience. It'll just be like funny.
Exactly.
And then, yeah. And then we'll just be minor characters who don't do stuff much, but you know what? We're there when it counts.
Yes. You and I remember Budapest very differently.
Exactly, you know?
Deforestation.
Deforestation. Let's kill all the trees.
Deforestation.
Who even needs leaves?
Deforestation. Nature exists for my own personal comfort and use, and otherwise I don't have to care about it, because if something isn't directly related to me, then what does it matter? What were we talking about?
Oh, I have an idea for a spy
Now he can't breathe.
anthology comic thing.
Do tell.
So, It's about this agent named Agent 13. I don't know his actual name, but that's like that's his agent number, because of course. And he goes on various spy agent adventures as one does.
As one does.
However, he is the
Hi, kitty.
luckiest. He is the luckiest unlucky man to ever exist, because you see, it is funny, but also, for example, he has to go to a casino, right? Because he has to watch over this like target guy, as you do. And as he's watching over this one specific guy, he decides that he's gonna try and not be suspicious. So he'll play some of the casino games, but he really needs to stay out of sight. However, he wins every single one, and it starts drawing a whole lot of attention. And unfortunately, and accidentally and unknowingly to him, it draws the attention of his target, because you see, someone who can play every single casino game and win all of them is either the most insanely lucky person in the world, so you want them on your team,
or cheating.
Or cheating. And you know what? If you're a bad guy, cheating is not a bad thing. So, he kind of wants this dude on his team, so he starts like watching this guy from a distance. 13, bless his soul, is desperately trying to not win every single game, but it's not working. He like deliberately tries to time things so that they go poorly for him, but it never works. He tries every single game, even the ones that like just have like the worst stats for winning. He tries all of them, and none of them he can't lose, and it's very distressing because he's drawing attention. Yes. There's like a crowd, and eventually he gets kicked out of the casino.
Well, hold on. Before that, there's a comedy scene where, like, it looks for all intents and purposes like the target guy is just trying to hit on 13 instead of, get him to be on the crime team. And then he leaves the casino.
Yes. Okay, so you see, the casino owners eventually kick him out, because even if he is that lucky and not cheating at all, he's gonna run them out of business, so they kick him out of the casino. However, this gives bad guy the perfect opportunity to approach 13 and ask him if he wants to join. Which is actually the exact kind of opportunity that 13 and his agency were looking for. So it's all very convoluted, because it seems as though simultaneously 50% of the universe is desperately trying to make him lose, and the other 50% is desperately doing everything in its power to make him win.
Precisely.
And he is genuinely competent at his job. He's a very good agent. He's a very good spy. However, he never really gets to use his skills, because, for example, say he's like hiding on a rooftop somewhere, covertly spying on people, as spies do. But you see, a cat suddenly falls from the roof of the ceiling and draws all the attention to him. So now people know where he is.
Is this animated or live action?
I'm not sure. I'm actually genuinely considering making this like an anthology kind of comic.
Good. If it's like more of a lighthearted, cartoony style, then he needs a black cat as a sidekick.
Well, you see, I don't think it would be like cartoony. I think it would be like kind of like what's his name?
You have given me no context to help with this.
A lot of really good like kung fu fight scenes, but it's all like slapstick comedy, and it's really funny. And Jackie Chan, kind of like that. So like the tone of this really shouldn't be funny, but it really actually is. But this is actually surprisingly competent. His best friend is Agent 7. She's a hijabi woman named, I think her name is Naya, and I love her so much. She's very practical, and they're just really good buddies, and they love each other so much, and it's so wholesome, and I adore them. There's this one bit where he has to wear a white tux to get into an event or something for spy reasons, of course. So he has to wear this white tux, and on the one hand, he's thrilled because he loves his white tux. It fits him really well. He looks really good in it. It's got like lavender accents. It's just a really cool tux.
And then he spills stuff on it.
But on the other hand, he is completely aware of his horrible luck. So he is constantly dreading everything getting ruined, and it doesn't.
He's genre savvy.
Because the like half of the universe that is working for him, or whatever, however you want to put it, really doesn't want him to ruin his tux. So his white tux becomes the suit, his little protection suit that he loves very much, because whenever he wears it, he doesn't get into explosions that ruin his suits. So you see, he has this white tux and he loves it and it's his favorite, but he can't wear it all the time. So whenever he needs to do something very serious and he knows that he has to not mess it up, he wears the white tux. But this one time he's wearing the white tux and then he spills something on it and he's devastated, because this means that his favorite suit that he looks the best in he just really likes it, and is also the only thing that he has ever worn that has like not immediately been ruined, has now potentially been ruined. He's devastated. So he goes to the bathroom and starts to wash up, and then bad guys show up at the like fancy spy dinner he was going to, and start like ruining
the fancy
everything.
Spy dinner.
So in a way, the tux still saved him. So it's still the best tux he could have possibly worn in that situation. Because if it were a black tux, the stain wouldn't have been as noticeable, and he'd still need to clean up. But he wouldn't have had to like leave to do it. But it was his white tux. So you see, it still works out. It's still the best tux ever. There's also a whole thing where he's like...
Did an Enderman do this?
He's like Arrow Ace. Yes, Enderman did. He's like Arrow Ace, but he doesn't use that label, probably because he doesn't know it exists, because he doesn't have a lot of time to go on the internet, because he's genuinely one of the best agents that they have, so they send him on pretty much every mission, and every time he tries to go on and use his vacation hours, it ends up colliding with another mission, and he's like pretty much constantly in a life or death situation, and he doesn't want to be. He wants to just live. He likes his job. He's a very good spy. He enjoys it, but he doesn't want to always be nearly dying. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so he's a very good spy. So he's constantly all over the place. So this. Hold on, I was going somewhere and I immediately forgot where it was. What did I say before? Vacation.
Yeah, vacation, and then... Yeah...
I don't remember, but... Oh, okay. Anyway, so, he's very good at his job, and he loves his job. But he, is Arrow Ace, right? So this means that he doesn't really want romance. Like, it doesn't really seem like a thing to him. He doesn't really care about it. However... because of his simultaneously fantastic and terrible luck, pretty much every character who's like a bad guy that he meets instantly tries to hit on him. And he doesn't want it. But what can he do? So he's just kind of suffering. And the poor boy... He doesn't want it, and like it's kind of nice, but also it's really not. So it's just, what does he do?
It's like it's nice to be appreciated, but it's not going anywhere, and it's kind of
yeah, and he doesn't want it, so it's just kind of uncomfortable. But they keep asking him, and he doesn't like it. But what can he do? Because he's, especially since it's bad guys, and it's usually when he's undercover or whatever. So they're always, so he can't necessarily like immediately say no because he's undercover. So he's supposed to be like going along with this. So he's just kind of constantly suffering.
Fair. Can Seven be like aggressively pan as compensation? I feel like they make a good duo.
Well, she's kind of aggressively pan, but she's like, I think she's aromantic, but she's pansexual.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so she's not necessarily looking for romance. She's just kind of like there, and she vibes with poor 13.
Poor 13.
He's a very good person, and he's very good at his job. But the universe just it doesn't work out for him. So this one time he tries to go on vacation, right? So he's like, I'm just going to go and have a fun time with my friend, and we're gonna chill and be on vacation, and it's gonna be fine. Nothing bad is going to happen. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately. So it turns out that the place that he decided to go vacationing, because it's where he's always wanted to go, is actually where the secret lair of this one bad guy is.
Just an entire resort place that's just a front for the bad guy organization.
Yeah, and then, like, he doesn't want to be there. He wants to go on vacation and just sit and not have to deal with this. But he has to deal with it because it's life or death situations, and it's very distressing. So, poor 13. I don't really have like an ending planned out or anything. And I've kind of just been having it stew in the back of my head for a while. But I really love him. I love him, and I love Naya, and their friendship is so wholesome because they're just buddies. Huh?
I love him already.
Thank you.
I've only been introduced to him today, but I love him already.
he's so precious. I love him, but just he's very dear to me. And 13 is.
Hey, you should go directly and. It worked. I now have 2 cats in a boat.
Cats in a boat, cats in a boat, kitties in a boat, kitties in a boat.
5 feet apart, because they're social distancing.
2 bros chilling in a hot tub, 5 feet apart, because they're 1 foot away from social distancing.
5 feet apart, because they're a movie about cystic fibrosis ? That was. It had mixed reactions. Were those facts that just came out of my mouth?
Cystic fibrosis movie?
Yes, 5 feet apart. 2019.
Oh!
About how these
one.
2, angsty teens with cystic fibrosis meet, and they're not supposed to be close together, but they are anyway because they're angsty teens.
Yes, I see. Yeah. Oh, I would just like to add that one of 13's favorite color combinations is white and like lavender. Mm-hmm. And he looks very good in it.
Good.
And he never gets the color lavender because he's assigned different colors depending on like the mission things, like a wristband or whatever, like a team or whatever. But there's always like a lavender team, and he's never on it, and it's very distressing because he doesn't need to be on it, but he likes the color lavender.
Like, it's got to happen eventually, surely.
He doesn't die because that would be too unlucky.
Of course. Yep.
It would be too unfortunate if he were to die. So you see, he never does. He lives a very, very long life. And Naya is not immune to his like luck, right? She's still affected by it because it's not like it just disappears around certain people. They're just very good buddies, regardless of his unfortunate circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And she's totally aware of his strange luck because she's seen it in action, because like they're buddies. She's also technically his superior. She's like I don't know how to put it. She's kind of like, she gives out missions, but she goes on missions. It's
like the kid in charge of the group project.
Kinda, yeah.
Team
so
leader,
she's
something
in charge
like
of
that.
things, and she has some authority, but she's not like the boss of all spies, and she's also not like the specifically just only the boss of him. She's just like a general team project leader. So she's technically in charge of him, but they're just buddies. I think Naya's color is like green or like a really soft blue, but she also wears lavender because she wants to support him, and he can't wear lavender, so she does it.
I mean, I'm not going to get my personal thoughts about what color the number 7 is involved in this. I'm just gonna I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. 7 is orange. How dare you?
Ooh.
Well, like orange and brown, kind of a bronzy gold.
Bronze is a good color for Naya. Okay, hold on. I have to look up a color scheme. Okay, bronze and plum look really, really good together.
Yes.
So
I'm
that's
on
her
fire.
color palette. Oh, that's unfortunate.
This girl is on fire. Fire. Fire.
Fire. Oh, there was something I wanted to talk about. I don't remember what it was. Don't worry, it'll come to me after we're done streaming.
Of course.
Yeah.
Just immediately after.
Yeah, you'll hit end stream, or you'll be like about to end the stream, and it'll be like, oh wait, no, that was a debate topic. Now I can't stop thinking about whatever it could have been. Like I think it had something to do with like story tropes or something. But also the color I have associated the topic with specifically is white, but like also like spiderweb white, which is kind of a silver color. But like I
know the
what
color
that
you're
means.
talking about, but I mean, we wouldn't associate the same color with the conversation topic anyway, probably, so.
Yeah, just, I don't know what that means, brain. I want the topic, not its association color.
It wasn't Takoto, right? I mean, that's very obviously spiderwebby, but.
No. It had no relation to spiders
Okay.
whatsoever. It's just, that's
Just an
just the
abstract
color.
thing. It's like sometimes colors are completely abstract, and sometimes they're kind of brought on by the subject matter, so.
Yeah. Like, I usually have color palettes in mind when I think about like specific scenes or like landscapes, but they very rarely have anything to do with the actual landscape itself. It's usually just like, this is the emotional vibe I want to get
Exactly.
across, but it's with colors. And I try to explain, and people
The
are
good
like,
faith that's been wasted, but after an hour it sounds like complaining. They don't go away. Can I lie here forever? You say that I'm better. Why don't I feel better? Universe works in mysterious ways, but I'm starting to think it ain't working for me. Doctor, should I be good? Should I be good this year? Where were we?
We've had a quiet chat today.
Yep. I think it's mostly because we're talking, so it's more of a self-contained conversation.
That's probably true. That makes sense.
But who knows, honestly. It's chat. They could be doing
Yeah.
anything.
Chat does what chat wishes to do.
Gamers can be anything.
Yes. Like that log.
Gasp. Is it a gamer?
Is it a gamer or is it just a log? An autobiography?
The two genders.
Gamer and log.
Yes.
So which one? So in this relationship, which one of you has the, like, is a log, and which one of you is like a gamer?
So which one of you is the gamer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, ender chests stack.
Yes. Just like normal chests.
I didn't know that.
Of all the things to not know about Minecraft.
I didn't know because I didn't know.
There. It will be all right.
So you could just carry around a 64 stack of ender chests.
Yes.
Just
Though I don't know why
because.
you would. You can. I guess it's more obsidian than carrying around a 64 stack of obsidian, technically.
True. I hadn't thought of that. I was supposed to just... Huh. I have a mango on my desk, and it's been in my room for like a week, and I should really just like eat it. But I haven't cut it up to actually eat it, and you can't eat the skin.
No,
So
eat the skin. Eat it whole like an apple.
Well, I would, but it's very mushy now.
So that'll make it easier to consume it whole.
No, because mushy mango means lots of juice, which means juice everywhere and spilling on the carpet, and we don't have a carpet cleaner.
Consume it.
But I haven't washed it.
Consume.
You got a bowl.
A what? I did, yes. I got a bowl. That's adorable.
A bowl of what? That isn't even funny.
Somewhere out there, there's a witty retort to that, but I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to figure it out tonight.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. Try so hard to be. Why are parrots like this? Are you happy
Oh,
to...
wait. Oh, I'm...
Map,
Okay,
map.
when you put the ender chest down and I realized you could stack them, I had an entire 2-minute internal conflict about how, like, if you can stack them, then how are you going to know that you got the right one out? Like, are you going to have to put down the entire stack to get the one that has the stuff that you wanted to get in the first place out? But then I realized, oh wait, ender chests share all the insides, so that doesn't mean anything. I forgot.
You were just thinking about the mod packs that make it so you can link multiple ender chests and stuff. You were just thinking ahead to the future. Because
I didn't know those existed, so sure, we'll pretend that I have...
You were thinking ahead to the future!
I guess I really was thinking about faulty technology on a Thursday.
Gasp. Can I just get like one panda?
Singular panda. Can you name the panda that you eventually find? Singular panda.
I think...
And then you get another one and it's singular panda 2.
Am I naming one of the pandas finally? I think one of them might be destined to be named finally. Because
okay, so
the pandas are jerks.
So the first one is finally, and the second one is singular panda.
Yes. And then
because
I will
the
need...
likelihood... Oops, sorry.
And then I will need several more pandas because they have genetics! Whoopee!
Ew. Who wants genetics? You can just... Who needs genetics when you can simply reproduce your DNA exactly? Like...
I mean, that's still genetics.
Lies, slander, blasphemy.
It's just one set of genetics. Your genetics.
Incorrect. Lies, slander, and blasphemy.
Your face is lies, slander, and blasphemy.
Your face is wonderful, beautiful, and amazing.
How dare you?
Because I'm right.
No, you're ink.
I was gonna say you are correct, but you're not correct. You're cat.
Exactly. I go by many names.
Correct is not one of them, though.
Is
Oh,
it?
what?
And clipped. Wow. I see how it is. I lost my train of thought because I thought about setting things on fire. So
Arson.
arson.
Be ace, do arson.
Yes.
Be arrow, commit atrocities.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret, secret,
Rock.
secret, secret tunnel.
In a mountain. Oh, really quick, Kat. So
Yes.
the season 2 mid season 2 hiatus has started of the Owl House. So if you want a time to binge, it would either be now or in December when the second half is airing.
Interesting. That is a ravine. Hello, ravine. Parkour.
Hello, Ravine. What is the Ravine's name and preferred pronouns?
Greg. She, they.
I think Greg is beautiful.
Greg knows, but Greg thanks you.
Oh, I forgot. Okay. Agent 13 story. There's like a side character who's very good. He's good. I love him. He has a significant other who is non-binary, and they are so cute. I love them. Like both as a couple and non-binary character as just an individual. They. I love
They.
They.
They slash pause. They affectionate.
Yes. Excellent. Exactly. It's just, they're so cute together, and they're so cute just by themselves, and I love. Wait, are swords faster at cutting bamboo down than axes?
Yes. They're
Oh.
one hit chop down because the sword goes swoosh through the bamboo stalk and then it go. Whereas with an axe, you still need the time to break it. It's a really short time with as good an axe as I have, but a sword of any quality can instantly take down bamboo.
Oh.
So this would be the same with a wooden sword, to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure.
That is very
Moment of
rad
silence
indeed.
for my frame rate. Because these are all going to take 5 minutes to decay, and I'm not burning them because I don't have enough flint and steel for that.
Consider, just get lava.
True. Consider,
Like, get
I
a
want these trees.
Oh, that's fair. Maybe get a water bucket and then pour the water bucket on a higher plane so that all the bamboo gets pushed into one general location, and then
How
your
would
frame
that
rate
help?
drops.
Yeah,
Well, no, because
that-
then you can remove the water, but all the bamboo is in one place, so you can then light it on fire. Just like light the block on fire.
That is true. I think you may have a slightly flawed understanding of how Minecraft water physics works. Because it would not push them all centralized, it would push them all out to the edge of something. Unless I completely surrounded them in water.
Well, you see, I forgot about that feature. So,
Also, hello, Alvina. How you doing? Just like, why are there no pandas here?
Because Minecraft is once again doing the jungle search problem, where it wants to make you happy with all the pretty scenery, but it is not listening to you. It's really bad at communication.
14,000 blocks to find a jungle. And great, fantastic, it's a massive jungle where I can find absolutely nothing within it. Jumble, 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 jumble.
Jimble, jamble, jumble. Imble, bomble. Bomble, lomble, imble.
It's like, I've read the spawning criteria for pandas like 7 times. And for all intents and purposes, they should be spawning here. They're just not.
Have you tried reading it 13 times and then I read it 7 times?
Okay, that sounds good. Do you have the Minecraft wiki up?
No, but I can pull it up.
Do it.
Can I just say I don't like how people type Minecraft wiki or like insert thing wiki and then they add an A, because then it's wikia and that sounds entirely different. And there's the A in Wikipedia is at the end. It is not after the I, so I don't.
Yes.
Well, it's after
all
A.
right, so do I do all 13 and then do you do the 7 or?
Well, you already have 7, so.
But what if I didn't count accurately? Maybe we need to start from scratch.
I say we start from scratch.
Okay. Now, are we chanting in unison, or do I go first and then you go?
You go first, and then I'll go. We'll just speed read it, like the spawning conditions specifically.
3,
not the whole
2, 1. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface on grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 space blocks above them at the light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown one being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface on grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in upper jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the commonest and the brown one being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface on grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface on grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above the light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common, then the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes with the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above the light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above the light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above the light level or 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the rarest and the most common and the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them at light level 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above the light level or 9 more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 block space above the light level or 9 and where they are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. That was 13.
I love how you went, first of all. Second of all, I love how you went from pandas to pandos to pandas. Like with a
I was trying to
O.
say spawn, okay?
No, it's okay. There's no problem with this. I love it.
Alright, so you do your 7 and then we'll do the song request.
Alright. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface on the surface on grass blocks with at least 2 block space above them with a light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, the normal being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 block space above them with a light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, the normal one being the most common and the brown one being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 blocks space above them with a light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn in a randomized personality, with the normal one being the most common and the brown one variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with 2 blocks space above them and a light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality and the normal one being the most common and the brown one variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with 1 to 2 space above them with a light level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with randomized personality, the normal one being the most common and the brown one variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes at the surface of grass blocks with at least 2 block space above them and a life level of 9 or higher. They're a bit more common in bamboo jungles. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, the normal one being the most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies. Pandas spawn rarely in groups of 1 to 2 in jungle biomes on the surface of grass blocks with 2 block space above them and the life level of 9 or more. They are a bit more common in bamboo jungle. Pandas spawn with a randomized personality, the normal one being most common and the brown variant being the rarest. 5% of pandas spawn as babies.
Are you ready for the quiz, kids? Alright, also the third panda we find will be named Bambas, because that is beautiful. Okay, Saint Bernard. Meh.
Did I say Bambas?
Yes.
Oh.
And I love you for it.
Thank
among
you.
many other reasons. Hung pictures of patron saints up on my wall to remind me that I am a fool. Tell me where I came from, what I will always be. Just a spoiled little kid who went to Catholic school. When I am dead, I won't join their ranks, because they are both holy and free. And I'm in Ohio, do-do-do-do-do. And until the end, that's how it'll be. I said, make me love myself, so that I might love you. Don't make me a liar, 'cause I swear when I said it, I thought it was true. St. Calvin told me not to worry about you. He's got his own things to deal with. That's really just one thing that we have in common. Neither of us will be missed. St. Bernard sits at the top of the driveway. You always said how you love dogs. I don't know if I count, but I'm trying my best when I'm howling and barking these songs. I have so much trouble with the rhythm of that one. Hi, thank you, Ink.
You're very welcome. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Good night. Sleep well. Also, yes, good sleep. Drink some water. You're important. Oh, okay, colorful nightmares. Great, glad to hear it, thank you. I am, yep, so glad. Thank you for that. I'll be looking forward to them. Yeah! Drink water! Twitch user Alvina the Brave, why would you do this? Why would you make this choice? I can't believe you've done this. All right. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with a finger and a thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. What is this chord? Okay, I can... What? Okay. All-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. It's a cold place, and they say it gets colder. You're bundled up now, but wait till you get older. But the meteor men beg to differ. Judging by the hole in the satellite picture, the ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so you might as well swim. The world's on fire, how about yours? That's the way I like it, and I never get bored. And then we scroll so we can see the tabs. Oh, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. All that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars. Somebody once asked her to spare some change for gas. I said no. End of song. I need to get myself away from this place. I said, yep, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go, go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. So hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your show on, get paid. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. And all that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. There you are. That one's honestly pretty fun to play. You are welcome, Alvina. I hope it brought you so much joy. I wish it would bring me a panda, but we can't all get what we want. Oh, death? Death impending? Hello? You're right, we do need a Finding Pandas song. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Do-do-do-do-do-do, and moves were fast as lightning. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This, I don't think this is helping.
Do-do-do.
Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do.
That's the
Welcome
panda
back.
song.
Okay. Do-do-do-do. Will the pandas come if I speedrun?
I don't know.
Do-do-do.
No, I spilled rice on the floor.
Sounds like you're not having a very rice time right now.
I'm
Rice
really
now.
wrong.
That's
Rice to
unfortunate.
see you. Rice to see you too.
Okay, consider game show called The Price is Rice, where it's just people bartering for things using rice and nothing else.
It's just like people walking through like Manhattan with a bag of rice, like a 20-pound bag of rice in a wheelbarrow. And they're like, so how much could I get for this rice?
Exactly.
The episode that gets the most watches is when they went to a Home Depot and came out with a flat screen TV.
No, the episode that gets the most watches is the one where they went into a watch store and came out with a watch.
Oh, you're true. You're true. You are correct.
I am true,
You're not
yes.
true, you're cat. No, you're cat.
But I am also true. That is one of my many forms that I take.
But not correct. I would like to add that while I was getting rice and whatnot, I did not take my headphone out, so I could hear the All-Star and whatnot as I was leaving. However, my current place of living has some funky little wall things. So with the Bluetooth headphones, what it did is it would just cut out words every couple of seconds. So during All-Star, there was this part where during the chorus where you're like, hey now, you're an all, and then it would just cut out, so there was dead silence for like 2 seconds.
Hey
and then
now,
the next
you're
part
an
of the
all.
chorus played.
Game. Play.
No, it was like, no, because the
Wait,
thing is, it was
gameplay, that's
surprisingly
what we do
coherent. It was
here.
like, hey now, you're an all. Get your game on, go play.
You are
And
just
then
an all.
during the she asked me for change bit, it cut out, so it was she asked me for change and I said nope. And then the rest of the song played.
You know, I'm ignoring the thing I was supposed to be doing to just cut more bamboo in the hopes of finding pandas again.
Deforestation. Yay.
True. I mean, the stream title is deforestation, so chopping down the bamboo technically does count. I was hoping for more jungle wood, less bamboo, but I'm not sure where. Oh, here's my part of the island. Okay, back to chopping.
We have fake butter, so, because I'm allergic to dairy, for those who do not know, but, we have fake butter, so I put fake butter and taco seasoning and salt in my rice, my white rice, and it's very good, and I'm pretty sure I've just offended a whole lot of people. I would like to say, I am sorry that your feelings are hurt. That is not my intention, but I like rice this way, so, you're gonna have to deal with it.
I wonder how taco seasoning on plain pasta would taste.
Plain pasta? It depends, because if you don't incorporate it correctly, then you just have like grainy, very spicy sandpaper texture on the outside of your pasta.
True. Which I mean,
and
if it's what you're
cold when you
going
heat it-
for, good for you.
Well, if it's cold reheated rice pasta, then it doesn't taste very good to begin with, and it's really not very good when you add taco seasoning sandpaper on the outside of like 3% of the total pasta pieces. So you just sort of end up with unflavored pasta that's cold and grainy and doesn't taste very good. And then occasionally you just get smacked in the face with sandpaper and pain. Not really pain, it's not all that spicy, but yeah, it's not very pleasant. So
consider you get penne pasta and you fill the penne pasta with just a little tube of taco seasoning. And then to keep it inside, you seal the ends with melted cheese that you then let congeal.
So you mean just like uncooked penne pasta?
No, cooked
with
penne
melted
pasta.
cheese on the out. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say uncooked penne pasta with little capsules of taco seasoning sounds like a fantastic way to smuggle it through airport security.
Yep, can't have
Because then it's just. But no, but you see, it's just a bag of pasta that's like tube pasta.
Does
Right?
airport security check
So-
your pasta?
I don't know. I've never been to an airport. Like I've never been on a plane. But you know, I also don't think that they would like apprehend you for having taco seasoning.
All right, so next plane trip any of us takes, we need to just do an experiment.
No, wait. My mom came home from California, and she had gluten-free pasta with her. So you can take pasta into airports.
Excellent.
take
We
it
will
away.
commit so many crimes with this knowledge.
I really like taco seasoning.
You know, if I had a job where I had to travel a lot, I feel like, well, I mean, it wouldn't actually be this because then I would be inconveniencing everybody. But I feel like I would want my ongoing quest to just be, what is the weirdest thing I can take through airport security and still be allowed to take it? Like, brush up incredibly extensively on the exact rules for what you're allowed to take from every single airport. And then just, like a live goldfish bowl. Or, what else is weird? Just like
Sea monkeys.
a bargain bin of just massive fake mustaches.
Yeah, and fake beards. That's the next one. Fake mustaches and then fake beards, and then the nose mask things, where they're like the nose and the mustache and the glasses.
Yes.
Those things, just like 150 of those. Just, like a whole lot of them.
A hamster.
Yeah, just like an entire suitcase filled with them. Not
Filled with
hamsters, that would be
hamsters.
what I mean.
An entire suitcase filled with hamsters.
We never said they had to be alive.
And clipped. Why are we getting so many quotes from this stream?
I'm just that quotable.
Yes, you are just that cool and amazing and awesome.
No, I said quotable.
Yes, and amazing and cool and awesome and wonderful and kind and caring.
Although,
Thank you for that
I will
important contribution, Survivio. Glad to hear from you.
Sorry. You know, sorry. I want to go and get more rice, but we don't have any more. It's at least not cooked rice. And uncooked rice with taco seasoning has the same problem as reheated rice pasta with taco seasoning.
Crunch.
Yeah.
Crunch. You know,
Although
when
there
I
is
was
a
like,
way.
here, kitty, kitty, kitty. No, wait, let me get the lead. Get over here. I need cats and boats for no apparent reason. I just want to acquire you. When I was a kid, after we went gluten-free, but before we went corn-free, I had corn elbow macaroni. And I had this entire system for how to reheat it the next day, with like exactly how much olive oil and salt to put in it so it didn't get too dry, but it wasn't too oily, and it was still edible because it didn't reheat well, and I had to cope. And then I would sit down with my Tupperware full of meticulously reheated corn elbow macaroni, and I would watch the Krat Brothers. And I just have an incredibly clear memory of that.
We love to see it. And you also loved seeing the Krat Brothers, so you know.
Yes. None of that wild Krat stuff. No, I was watching Be the Creature, where they went out and camped with troops of monkeys.
When my older sister was still a kid, I'm like 4 years younger than her, she would watch Zaboomafoo all the time. So I had like some semi-vivid memories of like specific Zaboomafoo scenes. And me and you and Zaboomafoo come along and see what's new. We're doing the things that animals do.
Okay, Cervivio.
Friends to see.
You were not supposed to steal anybody's feet. That is now a personal problem that you must deal with. Please give the foot back to Raccoon. They probably need it. I told you to return it as soon as you took it, but did you listen? Kids these days.
As someone with a broken foot, I can testify that Raccoon probably does need their foot back.
Are there chords for the Zaboomafoo theme song?
Just look up the song, and then pretend you know the chords, and then play none of them, and we can a cappella it.
Yeah, that'll be perfect and not at all scuffed.
Not in the slightest.
Apparently it's F and B flat and things, but I don't... well, Boot, it wouldn't be in the chapel. It would... Well, A means without. Cervivio, generally when your body has two of something, it's because you need both of those two. Like, you won't die without one of your feet, but you aren't meant to function, or one of your spleens, you know, your many spleens.
I have so many of those because I have a human body.
Yep, so many spleens.
Yes.
Do I know the tune for the verses of this? No, Alvina, multiple spleens. Didn't you learn anything from ex-sibling? Do you remember how to do the verses?
I think so. Cause like a year or two ago, we discovered that Zaboomafoo was on Amazon Prime. It is no longer on Amazon Prime, to my knowledge. But
it was too powerful.
My youngest brother would watch it endlessly. There was he went through a very long phase where he would just pretty much exclusively watch Zaboomafoo and Curious George.
As you do.
So I'm pretty sure I remember the chords to this. Not the chords, sorry, the rhythm.
Boot, that is the most cursed concept, and I bet somebody has already made it. Let me just...
What is that? Is Goggy the...
Goggy is George not found.
George?
Searching for
that's what I
Curious
thought.
George Not Found does not come up with any fan art, and that is a gross oversight. No, wait, hold on, somebody's done it. Perfect. What were we doing? Zaboomafoo, yes. You do the verses and I'll join in on the chorus.
Okay. Which part is that?
Or we could do a dramatic chant.
This is horrifying. I clicked on the video that was the speed paint of Curious George Not Found, and it's horrible. I hate it.
While walking in the woods one day, Chris and Martin saw something strange. A little leaping lemur who liked to bounce and play. They followed their new bouncing friend,
knowing where this adventure would end. Animals were headed just around the bend.
Where are they going? I don't know. How do we get there? Come on, let's go. Me and you and Zaboomafoo. Come along and see what's new. We're doing the things that animals do. New animal friends to see. Animal Junction's the place to be. Fish charging, bears are leaping, dogs running and nobody's sleeping. Me and you and Zaboomafoo. Come along and see what's new. We're doing the things that animals do. Me and you and Zaboomafoo. Come along and see what's new. At Animal Junction, we're waiting for you. Zaboomafoo.
Was that cursed enough for you guys?
It will never be cursed enough for them.
I see. They will never be satisfied.
Genuinely, I continue to plan for just a stream where I make the worst content possible. I'm thinking we need...
Is that Wednesdays? But no, Wednesdays are good content.
No, it's Wednesdays on steroids. I want my camera filters and... Well, I wouldn't do voice filters because I'm sensitive to sound and I know a lot of other people are and I don't want to condemn you like that. But I will just play around on MS Paint the entire time.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking maybe we listen to the speedrunning music the entire time, but like distorted. Speedrun music, but every other beat is missing. Wait, hold on, does that exist?
Do.
Oh, look, they're trying to distract us. Isn't that cute?
Ooh, can I sing this one with you? If not, that's totally okay. Just
you can, but you are going to need to start because everybody's hearing my audio, which means you would be a couple seconds behind me, which would be very cursed. So I will play in time with you, and that way it'll be less cursed.
Okay.
Or at least we can try.
Alright, okay. Alright, so, counting backwards from 3, 2, 1.
There.
There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword. He will tear your city down.
It's slightly cursed, but that's okay. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will save his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will slay his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a ruler whose brow is laden thorn, smeared with oil like David's boy. rude. I can't just go through the whole song again. If you would like. You get the cursed version and the slightly less cursed version.
So I will mute and then you can just sing it.
There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. And has a beautiful singing voice. We just need to be in the same place to sing together. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will slay with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will slay with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a ruler whose brow is laden thorn, smeared with oil like David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. Smeared with oil like David's boy. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay. I really hope you guys could hear my dog right there because she barked perfectly on time with the beat, and I'm so proud of her. Her training is paying off.
I would like to add that for some reason my headphones decided that this song specifically is where they would start cutting out. And by headphones plural, I mean headphones singular, and by headphones singular, I mean exclusively the right headphone.
Surround sound.
Woo! But it decided to stop playing randomly, so I got There Will Come
A sword.
Sword. Yeah.
There
So
will
I
come a
just,
mighty sword who is a mighty sword, question mark.
Sword is strong and sword is strong. Olay, olay, O
Strong,
Lord.
strong sword. No, wait, hold on. There will come a sword. Mighty sword. Sword. Lay, olay, O Lord. Sword. Olay, O Lord. Sword.
Sword.
Lay, olay, O sword.
Lay, O sword.
That goes right up there with everything you do, I do abhor.
Huh?
Cause every little thing you do, I do
Oh,
abhor.
yeah. Everything you do, it sends me
Higher than the moon, cause I hate your stupid face and it fills me with rage. Hello, Mango. Good to see you.
Oh, hey, Mango.
You hide your bra. You hide your bra.
Oh, for optimal panda-ing stuff, wouldn't it be optimal to just exclusively chop down the bamboo that is sitting on a grass block?
Well, yes, but see, yes, but also that is complicated, and I could always turn the podzol into grass.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah. I mean, if you dig, it become dirt, and dirt become grass.
Oh.
Because podzol doesn't spread naturally.
I forgot about that.
Mycelium does, but podzol doesn't. Hashtag just
Sad.
Minecraft facts. Oh boy, how
Hashtag
bad's
just
the lag?
Minecraft things. Is lag with 2 G's like thick with 2 C's?
Lag. Yes.
Lag.
That was a terrible noise. Thank you.
It was just thick without the I.
You sound like some sort of reptilian creature being strangled?
Okay then.
Are you in fact a reptilian creature being strangled?
No, because I am very human.
Yes, because you have a human body.
I have a human body.
Yep, at least one.
At least one.
And so
like
many
everybody.
spleens.
I have so many bones and so many spleens because I have a human body.
You know, what I really want to see out of, like, interactions with anyone plus Dream SMP members is just Ink and Charlie Slimesicle. I think that would be the best thing.
Thank you.
I honestly don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I love you regardless.
Uno reverse card.
Da 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 ba 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 da 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 da.
Did you dab the sorry, I can't tell.
No. It wasn't the dab after
Oh.
because I didn't say it, you know, immediately after a statement that was dab worthy.
I see. Makes sense. Very logical.
Yes, I am so logical. And I would like to find a panda. Actually, plural pandas.
And the panda.
How can this jungle be so big and yet so empty?
Much. Well, I'm not gonna make that joke. I was gonna say much like my heart, but I realized my heart is not empty because it is full of love for my friends and loved ones. So it doesn't make sense. So
It was a good thought. Hello, kitty cat.
yeah. Kitty. Cat.
You are
Kitty cat,
actively
kitty
keeping pandas from spawning, but I do not have the heart to kill you.
What if you just got a lot of leads and then you put them all on leads and you put them all on your beach specifically?
I mean, that is probably what I'll end up doing. But, Ink, choose 1 or 2.
2.
Okay.
Because it's the only even prime number.
Hey, did you hear that, guys? Prime! Well, that means I'm doing Christmas in June by AJR, because that's one of the ones that's been stuck in my head for forever.
Yay! Yeah, guys, so Twitch Primes.
Yep.
You
Subscribe
should
with
really
Prime
do
to
that.
increase the shrine budget. Can I change keys on this? What is G sharp minor? Okay, I can work with this. And it doesn't auto scroll, so it'll be slightly scuffed, but New Year's Eve, I was at a festival in New Orleans. You were in Tribeca kissing nobody. I owe you one, yes I do. Valentine's Day, we decided we would do the whole dang thing. But I played to an empty gym and I was stay. I guess I owe you that too. I try so hard to be so happy. Are you happy too? Do. Hold on, what's C7? This one. There we go. Plan on this. You're no longer gonna be the plan I miss. I won't ever let you down, but just in case, can we do Christmas in June? am I to have two things I love? Makes it that much easier to mess it up. In case I miss it, can we... Wait, that's not... Let me look up this chord real quick. That is for ukulele. I need this for guitar, please. B flat minor. The thing is, there's a copyright issue with the AGR songs for this album, so they're not on the normal guitar tab place. That sounds right. In case miss it, can we... There we go, Christmas in June. I skipped prom. I thought I would blow up from that radio spot. Remember how you chuckled when you heard that song, but you won't be laughing soon. One big day, one big show will make them know my name. But if it ends up falling on our wedding day, oh gosh, don't make me choose. Try so hard to be so happy. Are you happy too? I know you try to, but plan on this. You're no longer gonna be the plan I miss. I won't ever let you down, but just in case, can we do Christmas in June? Oh my gosh, how lucky am I to have two things I love. Makes it that much easier to mess it up. I hate to do this, can we do Christmas in June? And can you band the bot, please? Ba, ba, ba. Plan on this. You're no longer gonna be the plan I miss. I won't ever let you down, but just in case, can we do Christmas in June? Ba-bam-ba-ba. Oh my gosh, how lucky am I to have two things I love. Makes it that much easier to mess it up. I hate to do this, don't wanna lose this. Can we do Christmas in June? Hold on, love, a little longer while I get the album done. And if I get to tour it, wouldn't that be fun? But that's one less month with you. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Holy frick. Now I'm sitting thinking about what else I'll miss. Darling, if we're ever gonna have a kid, don't wanna miss it. Can we just have him in June? That song makes me sad / pause.
Yeah.
I've said this before, but sometimes I would really just like to sit Wilbur Soot down in a chair and force him to listen to, like, Karma by AJR, because AJR is self-reportedly, like, his least favorite band. He hates their music. And generally when asked why, he cites I'm Ready as the reason, because, you know, it's unoriginal and he doesn't like the sound of it. Because I'm Ready has just, like, SpongeBob voice clips, but it was, like, the first song they ever did. And, like, compare that to something with, like, Karma, which is just... That is my scaffolding. I will take that, actually. It's like... There is so much depth in Karma, and it's still not going to be for everyone, obviously. but disliking it because it's not your type of music is not the same as disliking it because you think it's poorly made.
Yeah. Yeah, like, cause... Okay, so I'm gonna have to ask y'all to forgive me because most of my comparisons to things related to media.
Oh, hey,
are just
the
about,
arson
like,
is just still going on. Fabulous.
Yes.
Yes.
Let it burn. There's a song that has burn in it.
I mean, there's
the
Burn from
Hamilton
Hamilton, and then you have I See Fire, which is sort of related to burning.
Okay, anyway, but like, okay, so if you look at the movie Snow White in ye old 2021,
Why would I look at the movie Snow White?
that is precisely my point. Because you see, it is a very the 1939 or 1937, I don't remember which one it is, but the 1930 late 30s Disney Snow White is a very different movie than like all of the movies we have now. And honestly, there's a lot of like basic logic issues, and the pacing is really off, and it's even by the standards of the time, it isn't inherently the best movie ever, but it was a kids movie, and it was the first ever feature-length animated movie.
Yeah, it was big because it was kind of a trailblazer, but like ultimately, if you go back and look at the story of Snow White, it's A, not a fantastic story, and B, especially not if you don't even include the cool stuff.
Yeah, although I will say Snow White has put a lot of potential to be a fantastic and unbelievably angsty story.
It does. And I mean, it kind of is in the original. Just
It is, but also Snow White is like 11 in the original, and I don't... Well, the original in quotations, because there's no such thing as an original fairy tale.
That means she's gotta hurry up and have kids before she's an old maid.
Yeah,
I mean, 11 already without a husband?
Yeah, you don't want
What is she doing with her life?
You know, your future wife to be older than 11 when you marry her. Like, honestly, she's already almost an old maid.
Clock is ticking.
Yeah, soon she will not even be able to have children, and then what's the point of even having a wife if she can't have children?
Why have her even exist in that case? I mean, why would you want one?
Exactly.
If not for specific things that she can give you for your own personal gain.
Yeah, what's the point of having a wife if she can't do everything you want her to do and say she should do, and if she isn't even her own person? Like, really? Yeah. Having a wife who's a person? Ew.
Why have a wife with, like, agency as a human being?
When you can just have a baby factory.
Exactly, Boot. If you're not married before age 6, like, what are you doing? Like, I know that the times are kind of changing and people are saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't get married that young, but, like, I honestly think they're overreacting. Why, I was betrothed at the age of 4, and it worked out fine for me.
Yes, there were no scarring experiences, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with your partner.
Exactly. Nothing.
Not a single thing. No, not one thing. Also, Snow White is 14 in the Disney movie, and her love interest is never given a specified age, but Snow White did have her age specified by the creators of the movie. Oh
no, silly Boot. My fiance wasn't a 30-year-old man, he was 47. Get it right, please.
Yeah, that's a much more respectable age to be marrying a 4-year-old, you know?
Exactly. I just don't want anybody thinking, if there was anything wrong with it.
Yeah, because you can't have a guy marry a girl when the guy is too young, because he's not ready yet, you know? The girl, she can get married whenever the guy wants to get married, because she has no agency or personality of her own. Yeah. That would just be ridiculous.
The guy is in charge of the relationship. So, he's got to be mature enough to be in charge of the relationship. Like, a good middle-aged, maybe like 40s.
Yeah.
And bonus
honestly,
points if he's already been married like 3 times before, because then he'll have experience.
yeah, he'll know exactly what he's getting into, which means that really, if there's anything wrong with the relationship, then it's obviously just your fault because you are the inexperienced one. Clearly, that's
he
the
knows
only
what he's
thing that
doing.
could possibly. Yeah, clearly.
And again, just to reiterate, you do exist solely for his whims and pleasure, which means, like, if he's unhappy, that's obviously your fault.
Yes, it's never ever his fault because that would require him taking responsibility for his own actions and him being his own person. And despite the fact that he continuously and repeatedly dehumanizes you, he's really the
who wants
one
to be a
who's
human in
right.
this society? It's just honestly so exhausting.
It is.
I would prefer to be just like a set of physical characteristics that are deemed by society as attractive, with nothing else of value just about me at all. That sounds better to me. And we can't forget, the wide childbearing hips.
Yes, because if she doesn't have childbearing hips, then what's the point of even having her around?
Exactly.
Really? Like, if she can't bear children, she is useless to society and to her husband, and ultimately she is just the nerve, really. Yes. The nerve to not be able to bear children.
Ink, I have a concept for you. I have a very important concept for you.
Oh, what is this concept?
So we go in the style of like the really old fairy tales, where they were kind of terrifying and pulled no punches. And it's a story about this girl who gets married against her will, and is told to bear children. So she goes out into the woods and gets some bear cubs. And then when the bear mother is understandably mad at this, she sicks the bear mother on her husband. The end. Most of them lived happily ever after.
And then the lady and the bear get into a very happy friendship, and they live together in the woods in the lady's ex-husband, now dead husband's mansion.
Exactly. That's like got these manuscript illustrations.
Yeah, and it's like the late Victorian printing press illustration with like the spirals and lines and whatnot.
It's just like completely straight face. Exactly.
You are so right, Boot. You're so right.
Who needs to bear children when bear children?
Precisely. Just bear with it.
That is
That's the name of the
terrible,
story.
and
Bear.
I am no longer speaking to you. So
You say
chat,
this
how
as
you
if
doing?
You say this as if you haven't made worse puns yourself today alone.
Chat, yep, glad to hear from you. I wonder where Ink went. It's kind of weird. Yep, just me in the jungle. Boy, sure wish I had some pandas. Yep. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Panda panda panda. Panda 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 panda.
Ink, what are we doing with our lives?
Oh, so you recognize me?
No, I'm talking to the ink in my head. You're a hallucination.
Oh, okay. Well, doesn't that mean I'm also in your head?
No comment.
I take that as a yes. So, I think what we're doing with our lives is chatting while you
Thank
stream
you,
Minecraft
Nightbot.
and grind. Huh?
Nightbot says it's time to drink some water. Thank you, Nightbot.
Oh. Excellent. Thank you, Nightbot.
Good job, Alvina. You get cookies.
Hey, Boot. Hey, Boot. Did you drink water?
Yeah, Boot.
By your own words, hydrate or dihydrate. Did you drink water?
And only one of those is actually an option.
The other one isn't an option so much as it is an inevitability.
Ah! I only took a half heart of damage from that because I am just so cool and also paranoid. Why isn't
How
any of
does
this
paranoia
decaying?
have anything to do with your ability to withstand falls from great heights?
How much you prepare for it?
Pretty dang.
Pretty dang.
Pretty Dang is the name of my new album. It's available this Christmas.
See, you can't make those jokes because I will do it. But also consider pretty dang dang.
Pretty dang dang, 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 pretty dang dang. Oh, you pretty dang dang, pretty dang dang, we love you.
Yes, Boot, I know the Lord's Prayer.
That's a very strange question.
I don't know what's happening anymore. Where was I? Toot sweet, toot sweet, the candy you whistle, the whistle you eat. Toot sweet, toot sweet, what an eatable, tweetable treat. Hey,
I don't
tweetable.
remember most of the words to Chitty Bang Bang songs because ever since I was like 5, we've had like this copy of Chitty Bang Bang, but it's been scratched. It was horribly scratched, hideously damaged, pretty much unwatchable.
It was mauled by the bear children.
So then we'd get it from the library, and it was always scratched to the point where it was again unwatchable. I have not properly watched that movie in probably 6 years, but I remember distinctly that I was hideously disappointed to find out that the king guy didn't say that they would stuff his head with sauerkraut and feed him to the ducks. They would feed him to the dogs. And I was like, what? Why would you stuff his head with sauerkraut? Dogs don't like that. But for some reason, I was under the impression that ducks would eat sauerkraut. I don't know why, but I've never forgotten that. Also, the song with the lady.
Ah, yes,
where
the
she's
song
like
with the lady.
Yeah, the one that's vaguely trippy and like makes me really uncomfortable whenever I watch it, and I don't know why. That one.
that is so many songs.
The lady who has a car and she snaps.
Wow, she has a car?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, it has been so many years since I saw Chitty Chitty Bang Bang that I can mostly only remember like maybe 2 scenes. So
that's fair. No, the music box one I was not made uncomfortable by because I was like, oh, that's really cool. She's like the actress is able to move like a doll. That requires like some real physical ability. That's so cool.
I remember
and I was, like,
that.
I was like admiring her skill at being able to do that. So that one didn't bother me at all. But oh, What a Lovely Lonely Man. That's her song. That's the song that she sings by herself. The other songs, she has like a partner or whatever. She's dancing with them or she's singing with them at some point. But What a Lovely Lonely Man is her only solo song. And it makes me really uncomfortable, and I don't know why.
I mean, it sounds uncomfortable, honestly.
Yeah.
Also, why is my luck of the sea 3 not giving me anything but fish? I didn't sign up for this.
Because it wants you to have food.
Hello, Nathan. We have committed so many crimes. It's going great.
Yeah, we've even
that
committed
was a
crimes
bowl.
against bamboo.
Yes.
So many crimes today. Unbelievable.
So many crimes. Crime me a river.
I was trying to think of a good pun to combat that with, but then my brain just like blue screened. Much like my laptop.
Jail, cell, words. Nathan, you poor soul.
I thought the emoji was on purpose, or not the emoji, the
Emote.
Twitch thing. Emote.
And speaking of emotes, if you subscribe to twitch.tv/Caddy_cake, you can get so many cool emotes. Wowie.
Kat, I would like you to know that your audio cut out the entire time you were shilling, so it was just, if you subscribe to Twitch, if you subscribe to Twitch at Caddy Cake, and then
Twitch
it cut
and Caddy
out
Cake.
for a bit, and then it was wowie, and that was it. There was nothing else. It was amazing.
Nathan,
Ball pit duet.
I hope you know just how cursed this is going to be.
I don't know the words to ball pit by
I
heart.
will send you the words to ball pit. It is in a Google Doc titled "The Worst Thing I Have Ever Created."
Is it really the worst thing, though?
It honestly might be.
I've seen quite a few of your creations, Kat, and quite a few of our brain children, and I feel like Gruff the movie is worse than Ball Pit.
But we created that jointly, though. I came up with the idea, but it's not just me who created it. Whereas...
No, but I feel like it's still worse than Ball Pit, so it qualifies.
Yeah, I can no longer sing Original Road Trip, Nathan. Ball Pit has completely replaced it in my brain.
I listened to it one time because I got curious, and I didn't like it.
Gasp.
I like Ball Pit better because it makes me laugh, and it was written by you.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Ball Pit that you didn't like. I was like,
No,
okay.
no, I didn't like the original. The road trip thing.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. No, wait.
Is the sharing working? Is it not working?
I need to request access.
Hold on, let me. Cool. And then we give you this time.
Hey, okay.
Okay, you ready?
So do we sing it at both at the same time?
Yes.
Or do
It's a
we
duet.
each sing one line and then the other person sings the line?
Nathan's choice. What do you want, Nathan?
It's gonna get worse no matter which one you choose.
At least I think, or am I dead wrong?
Do 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 do.
Do 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 do. All right, same time. This is going to be.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
You start, Kat.
People change like the balls in the ball pit. At least I think around my dash con. And while do be looking pretty fine, though we sit and vibe to 11 demon songs. 12 full hours on a live stream, breaking records for a charity. So many hours watching Twitch streams of a guy just doing something. Now the donos are all filled with feral memes of a ball pit from back in 2014, and we all live in fear of every single lore stream, falling down, slow down on repeat. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, whoa. I reminisce about the Twitch primes. Things change, I get it, 'cause subs don't last, right? Yeah, and this alarmingly tall child is writing down his memories, forgetting stuff at all times. Hey, how are you doing, Mr. Boo? Can we get back to the ball pit? It kinda set a precedent. Hey, I like the laces on your shoes. Thanks, I stole them from the president. Road trip to get totems full of arson and explosions. Curse and gender, but it's hopeless. Are we there yet? Drop the kin list. Now the donuts are all filled with feral memes of the ball pit from back in 2014. And we all live in fear of every single lore stream falling down, so down on repeat.
Well, that's the song.
Good. Okay, my favorite part about that was that for the oh woes, my second oh woe lined up perfectly with your first.
Oh no!
So briefly we were in sync.
Okay, I'm gonna try and Twitch clip and rewatch that back because I don't have any audio from the stream. I just have audio of our call, which means that I thought I was relatively on key or on time or whatever, but I have no way of verifying this.
You were about like a solid beat behind, I think. Something like. I mean, what else are you gonna do? You've got Discord delay. Great, another stack of bamboo. Thanks.
That is so hideously. Oh, that's so chaotic.
I know, right? Isn't it great?
It's wonderful.
Like your face.
Like you.
Like your personality.
Like your wonderful singing voice and ability to cheer people up.
Like your art skills that are incredible.
Like
and
your songwriting
more
skills,
importantly than your art. Well, no, hold on. Art skills works. I was going to go on the spiel about how talent is not the best thing to aspire to because the best thing to aspire to is like hard work and practice. But skill is something acquired through hard work and practice. So I'm going to stop talking now.
You're very right.
Thank you.
Which is
but I'm not correct.
No, that is not one of your many names.
Yeah, pretty much, Nathan. I mean, today was probably gonna be pretty slow because I'm just chopping down more trees, so I kidnapped Ink and brought her here to make things more interesting.
I'm being imprisoned against my will.
And hold on, let me wait. Clipped.
I want to see. Hello. I am okay. I am very unironically glad I'm here because I get to hang out with Kat, and I love Kat so much, and it's very fun whenever we get to
How dare you be wholesome? What is this?
Because, oh wait, hold on, there's someone at my door.
Wholesomeness averted. Crimes and evil. No, hatred, disappointment, unhappiness, anger, fear, fear and anger together, bad feelings. How dare you! You come into my house and compliment me on this, the day of my daughter's wedding.
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't invited. That's okay though. It's her choice who she invites, really.
Yes. See, the thing is, I have so many adopted daughters that, like, that's... No, wait, one of my adopted kids literally is getting married. Because she's older than me. If I don't say on the day of my daughter's wedding, at some point, I need somebody to shoot me with a Nerf gun. And also, no, the stream with with 2 cats was not Ink. That was my cousin, who will remain unnamed, but is very cool. And we may or may not be, like, we looked a lot more like each other when I was a kid, but, like, we still, it's eerie enough that, like, family members will still have to do double takes if we're wearing the a similar thing. You're welcome, Nathan, yes. That is Pog cousin. She is very Pog.
I'm not sure which cousin you're talking about, but I appreciate them nonetheless.
I'm trying to figure out what the weirdest way I could clarify this to you is.
A D&D reference? I don't know.
The one who's not a fox. And doesn't... Are we back? Oh, okay. Cool. What is happening to Discord? Are you okay, buddy? Okay, Discord is drunk. It's not even still open. What?
Hello?
I have Discord closed. Why is the call working now?
Huh?
Discord is closed. I don't have it open. What's happening?
Well, you're very distorted right now.
I figure I am, yes, because I'm not even using the service that is letting us speak to each other.
In Discord settings, or in one setting place, I don't remember where it is, but in Discord settings or whatever, there's a thing that allows you to have Discord still running even though the window isn't open. So Discord, the app, is still functioning, and it's still going to do whatever it does, but it's not, the window that you can click on and whatnot is not open.
That sounds suspicious. I think I should murder it. Are we less distorted now?
It does sound... Yes, you actually do. You sound a lot clearer, even clearer than earlier, by the way. Like, yeah.
Your face is very annoying.
I really like...
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh. I didn't think you were. I was just... It was the chat, so I was just a little caught off guard. Would putting torches everywhere help at all, like in the case of rain or something, or?
It would help at night, but I mean, it's not...
But you sleep.
Yeah, rain is pretty rare, and... I mean, it just has to be light level 9 or higher, which all of this should be because it's getting light level 15 because it's under the sun. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Under the sun, da-da-da-da. Okay, important question.
Wait, what?
Is Sebastian a crab or a lobster?
He's a crab, but he is the color of a cooked crab.
And also he just has a face growing on his other... He has just like a human face growing off of his lobster face. And it upsets me.
Well, he is a crab because he doesn't have a lobster tail, and they refer to him as a crab in the movie. So, like...
But Ink, his facial growth, it upsets me. Why is his head just sticking out of his shell like that?
Because you know what? Some people just have facial growths, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, they call them mustaches usually.
Or noses.
Yeah, I got my nose shaved off a little while ago.
Yeah, Voldemort was really ahead of the trend, you know?
I think it's really helped my self-confidence issues.
Yeah, you know, just having someone in the media who just unashamedly doesn't have a nose it's very encouraging, you know?
Like, we need more noseless representation in modern media.
Yeah, because, like, really, half the time when there are people without noses, it's because, like, they're either evil or they have some sort of traumatic backstory. And, like, honestly, some people just don't have noses, and that's okay. And we should really be normalizing that.
To be fair, the Voldemort representation was evil, which is, you know, just another sign of the problem with modern media.
This is true, but, like, at least he was confident about it, and it wasn't, like, brought up all the time.
It wasn't, like, a hideous disfigurement that he didn't have a nose. He just didn't have a nose, and that was okay.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's not great that he was evil and whatnot, because, again, the problem with how it's presented and whatnot, but, like, the fact that it wasn't brought up or used as some sort of dramatic character flaw or backstory thing, or
like
his
personality wasn't completely reduced to, you know, just having nose. He wasn't, you know, the token noseless person. He actually had a character and growth.
Yeah, and really that's very important. Even if it is a bad guy who's the only one who's, like, without a nose, it's very important to show that it's just normal and it's not a problem, because having people without noses is normal, and it's just,
and that's just a part of life. And, like, a ton of people try to demonize it, and some people try to ignore it's even happening, and it just means so much to me to see somebody without a nose, you know, in a franchise as big as Harry Potter, just out there. Representation. I mean, big corporations are not very good at representation usually, because it's hard to do sometimes, and also it's even harder if you're not a soulless, if you are a soulless scumbag. But
yeah, it's honestly, it's really frustrating, especially because they treat representation like it's giving your characters PTSD, like it's which is a problem in and of itself, because, like, giving characters PTSD is, like, the new fashion now, and I'm not really sure how I feel about it.
I'm dying.
Like, again, in conjunction with the noses.
Save me. Okay, I'm good.
in conjunction with the noses, it just, there's usually some sort of horrible, traumatic backstory about how they lost their nose, and it's so sad.
Exactly. Like that.
And now they...
Well, I mean, Alvina, Ink isn't a trained psychological professional, so she can't really diagnose PTSD, obviously. We are but a humble Twitch stream.
Yes. I do have PTSD, though, but, like, I am not an expert on this, like, to any degree. But I do not think that he does from a character standpoint.
I mean...
Because he... From what I'm aware of it, keep in mind I am not a medical professional, but from what I'm aware of it, he does not seem to be exhibiting any of the symptoms that are commonly recognized to help diagnose people who do have PTSD.
Given his life circumstances and his backstory, like, it would be completely understandable if he had PTSD. Yeah. But they decided to throw that out the window in favor of just making him evil. Because remember, guys, if bad experiences make you evil, it's not your fault.
Yeah, because you have no responsibility over your own actions. You hold no responsibility.
Exactly.
It is entirely the responsibility of other people, and they are the only ones at fault because it is exclusively their problem.
Because
when
the
you
way
commit
others
problems.
treat you is the only factor that goes into how you are as a person. Because, you know, you have no personal agency, obviously, and no control over your own personality or who you are or the choices you make. Exactly. It's not like you're in control of your actions or anything.
No. Why would anybody ever be in control of their own actions? That's ridiculous.
Sounds weird to me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about Black Raya and the Last Dragon.
Yep, you're not gonna do it. Mm-hmm. Now, you see, Alvina, this would be the part where I made some witty joke about the way that Anakin Skywalker... Wait, did he burn? Did he die by burning?
Well, he didn't die by burning. He technically died from electrocution after he threw the Emperor down a hole, but,
Anakin Skywalker is electrocuting right now. Being electrocuted right now.
Electrocuting? You're an electrocutie.
How dare you? Yeah, well, maybe Anakin Skywalker needed some ointment for that burn. Ooh!
What? He technically, quote-unquote, became Darth Vader in that one scene from Revenge of the Sith.
Maybe the real Darth Vader was the friends we made along the way.
Ironically maybe the real enough, the inverse of that is the exact problem with his character.
Maybe the real Darth Vader was the incredibly severe burn scars we suffered along the way.
Look, that,
maybe
my
the real
friends,
Darth Vader was the childhood trauma
of the entire last part of the prequel trilogy is about. Because I'm just gonna say this now. Star Wars The Clone Wars, the animated TV show, did a better job of characterizing Anakin and showing us his actual, like, dark tendencies and character flaws slowly rising to the surface and essentially overcoming him because he was fundamentally a flawed person who did care about his friends and he would do anything to protect them. However, if you were not one of his friends, he did not care what happened to you, which makes the whole... I don't like how they handled Anakin's origin story in the prequel trilogy, because giving him the origin story of his mother loved him too much, and also he's just a child of the Force, I guess. No father. Who needs biology? We have midichlorians. But, like, it essentially stripped Anakin of his agency, I suppose you could say, and saying that when Obi-Wan met him, he was the best star pilot in the galaxy. How can he be the best star pilot in the galaxy if he's only piloted a pod racer? That makes no sense. Obi-Wan would be directly lying. And look, I'm not saying that Obi-Wan can't lie. He's a very complex character, and he's kind of hilarious to me because he essentially, because of the prequels being written the way they were, he has essentially become the most unreliable narrator ever. And he just, like, exclusively talks about things in riddles or twisting them so that they look completely different. Nothing. Like, talking about,
oh boy, like, is that our frame rate right now?
Huh?
Guys, how's the frame rate on your end? Because according to my end, it's fine. But... Are we good? Cool.
The frame rate is bad on my PC, but it's always bad for everything all the time on my PC, so I can't really...
Little bit of everything, all of the time.
A little bit of everything, all of the time. Apathy's a tragedy and boredom is a crime. A bit of everything, all of the time.
We were in different keys, and you know what? That is beautiful, and I love that for us.
Yes.
Nightbot, thank you. We should all drink some water.
Yes, we love and support Nightbot in this household.
Yes. I think someday for a video, I should just try to explain the entire plot of the Star Wars universe. Because, like, I know parts of it, but I don't know or care enough to actually know things.
Huh.
And I think that video, just specifically to annoy my cousins, would just be a good thing.
Yeah. I really desperately want to. Okay, so I'm making a YouTube channel, but one of the things I desperately want to do is just rewrite flawed popular franchises, or just franchises in general, or just things in general, like specifically Star Wars, because Star Wars, as specifically relating to Darth Vader, has so much potential. But half of it was squandered because, haha, Jar Jar Binks go, wah!
Wah!
He does, though.
Wah!
It's frustrating because, like, okay, General Grievous. Do you know who General Grievous is, Kat?
Me? He's the guy with the
Yeah.
arms. I had a Lego figure of him once.
Yes, okay. So he's Robot Man with arms. He is
Yes.
essentially just a mustache twirling villain for the vast majority of for the entirety of the prequels. And by the entirety of the prequels, I mean literally just the third movie where he is introduced as a villain. That's
Forbidden
it.
Vines.
Forbidden Vines.
Crime Vines.
Crime Vines. I ain't going back to jail! Anyway, the thing is, yes, Alavina, you do see strong feelings because I love talking about characters and world building and potential, especially within those contexts.
Let the hatred
But
flow
half
through
of
you,
the-
Ink.
But half the time it's squandered for the sake of a cheap joke, or they didn't think the implications of something all the way through. Like the fact that Jedi should be able to fly. They can use the Force, they can lift people off of the ground. We've seen them do it. Sith Lords, all they do is break the rules, right? If they're not supposed to be able to fly, which I think George Lucas said at one point, but if they're not supposed to be able to fly, then Sith would definitely fly because it's funny to them. I'm sorry. Given the choice between flying and not flying, flying is the better option. Most of the time. Not in every scenario. In like a lightning storm and you're wearing all metal or something, that scenario is not a
But
good
like
situation. where you
several
want to fly.
scenarios. A good
Well,
solid few.
Yeah, a good solid few. But like for the vast majority of the time, if you are in, for example, a war, you're gonna want to be able to use every advantage you have because it's an advantage. That's the whole point. They even have jet troopers specifically so that they can fly above the chaos of the battlefield and wreak havoc on the bad guy's side or whatever side they have, right? So let the Jedi fly. They should be able to do this. It would look unbelievably stupid, but it would make sense.
Can they have like so in a world in which the Jedi can fly, I would like them please to fly like Iron Man, except that their hands and feet are just tiny lightsabers.
I'm sorry you said that, and my first thought was not they have lightsabers on their hands and feet, but that their hands and feet are literally lightsabers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah. Anyway. Okay, anyway. But aside from the whole flying thing, like, let's just talk about General Grievous for a second. Having
Fly
Grievous
hacking
as
is
a
not
reoccurring
enabled.
character. What?
Fly hacking is not enabled.
Yeah, there is no flying enabled on this server.
Bye, Alvina. Have a good night. Drink some water. You're important.
Bye, you're important, loved, and valuable, and valid. Remember to self-care and whatnot. You're important. Bye. Good night. Love you. Platonically. / parasocial.
And I love you, random citizen.
Exactly.
I don't know if you were there for the stream, but like really recently I finally got to say that. And it's like, you know what?
Yay!
Life goal.
It's amazing. Anyway, okay. General Grievous. The thing with General Grievous is that if you had him as a reoccurring character from, say, the first movie all the way through the 3 trilogy prequel movies, right? Say you want to like mimic the original trilogy, so you have trilogy and whatnot, because symmetry. Okay, so you have these 3 movies. Having Grievous as Smarmy Armband.
Exactly.
Okay, having Grievous as a reoccurring character could be fascinating, and it could be not only a pattern of behavior that we get to see with Sidious, but it could also be a sort of dark reflection of Vader as a character and his own fall and then eventual redemption. Except Grievous doesn't get a redemption because he's fundamentally still just a mustache twirling villain, right?
He can have
Squidious.
a little bit of redemption as a treat.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's my proposed idea. So the essential backstory for General Grievous is that he was like this really well acclaimed warrior in his planet, and his planet was at war with another planet, and then the Jedi came to help the other planet, and then the Jedi came to help the other planet, and then the Sith, I think they blew up his planet or something, and then they blamed it on the Jedi, and Grievous was transformed into angry robot man who only desires revenge and to tie women to train tracks, I guess. So that's essentially Grievous's backstory. So here's my proposition. Grievous is a warrior. He does his thing, right? He's not a cat. I'm sorry. Grievous is a very well-known, established warrior on his planet. Dramatic things happen. He gets wounded, starts to become Robo-Man. Sith blame Jedi. Oh no, time to kill the Sith. Kill the Jedi, I guess. So he's on the side of the Sith for a while. Until, in like the second movie or something, Grievous learns that the Sith, in fact, lied to him and killed his whole planet because reasons or whatever. So then he still hates everybody, and by this point, which I will get to, which I'll explain further in a minute, which I'm not doing this very chronologically, but by this point, he's fallen too far and he's too degraded as an individual to allow himself to move on or to forgive or to accept what happened or to just leave, right? So he decides he's going to kill all the Sith, and specifically the Emperor, because the Emperor, he does not like him, because he's the one who did the bad things. Here's what I think could happen with Grievous's character arc in the prequel movies. You start off with seeing Grievous maybe kill some minor background characters, right? Because you want the prequel movies to be darker. What?
Some minors. He kills some minors.
If we really want to replace the fact that Anakin, while knowing his wife was pregnant, slaughtered a bunch of children, we can do that with Grievous killing minors. Yes. So anyway,
child murder in a video game. Yes. Lego Star Wars. Moving on.
Moving on. So anyways, we start off getting introduced to Grievous with like really basic bad guy things, and he is mostly not a machine. However, as the movies progress, he starts essentially getting more and more of himself replaced with robotic elements, and he starts becoming more and more savage and angry.
And I bleed when I fall down. I'm only human.
He's only an alien that is not human at all.
Words in his head, knives in his heart. You build him up and then he falls apart because he's not a human.
A robot.
Da 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 da.
Anyway,
we make such beautiful things, Inc.
Yes, we do. I'm so glad I know you.
The purpose of the deforestation is because I'm sick of having to pause projects halfway through to go get more wood. So I'm stockpiling wood.
Yes. So anyway, Remus, throughout the movies that we see him in is actually a villain and he's actually a threat. And he starts as a character. We learn more about him and his people and whatnot. Not necessarily like, and here's my dramatic backstory while we sit in this cave together, because clearly there's nothing else we could be doing, like trying to kill each other because we hate each other because we're mortal enemies. That wouldn't make sense. But anyway, so like we learn more about his backstory, like from the occasional bad guy POV shots or scenes or whatever. So we understand more about his motivations. The good guys don't necessarily, right? The people we're supposed to be rooting for. But anyway, so we see him slowly become more and more mechanical throughout the movies. And then he reaches, and we also see him being more savage and angry with people whenever they get in his way. So we see him killing more and doing more damage and whatnot. Not a very fun time for most involved. Then he learns through some shenaniganery that the Sith were in fact the ones who blew up his planet and killed all his people. Well, not necessarily all of them, but for all intents and purposes, we don't see any more of his kind in the narrative, so they might as well all be extinct. Anyways, so he learns this and he gets very angry and he starts going after Sidious. Now, why I want to go with this plot specifically is because it kind of mirrors Darth Vader's fall, but in a much different way. Because Vader ultimately changed. Vader ultimately changed because of his love for his son and the fact that he really doesn't want to be doing this, because deep down inside he is a good person, right? And all that good fun stuff. Yay!
Yay!
Emotional trauma.
Being a good person is only about what you intend and not about what you actually do. Yay!
No. Actually, that's... Okay, small side note, but we never actually... Aside from Captain Antilles, who I only know the name of because of the Star Wars Lego games and because of the Star Wars radio drama. But aside from Captain Antilles, we really don't see Vader actively killing anyone on screen who is a member of the good guys that we know by name.
But he's still the same guy who slaughtered children.
No. I'm talking about specifically in the original trilogy, not in the prequels or the sequels or anything. Just the original trilogy. We never see him kill anybody who is a named character. We essentially only see him kill background goons who we don't care about and will definitely die anyway. They're just there to up the stakes. They have no personality. They're just there for plot reasons, and that's valid. It's introducing every single character who appears on screen and giving you a name and backstory and reasons to like them would be exhausting, especially in a place where there's supposed to be a war and there are lots of just essentially nameless, faceless troopers. Introducing us to all of them would not be a good narrative decision. Anyway, we only see Vader killing those people and bad guys. We see him kill a lot of bad guys who we, as the audience, don't like because they're bad guys. Because we see those people kill good guys. We see those people kill or threaten or torture good guys. The closest we get to Darth Vader actively murdering people who we care about is in the first movie when he almost kills Luke as Luke is trying to blow up the Death Star, and in the second movie when Han is getting tortured and we see Darth Vader in the background of the shot where Han is getting tortured, but then the camera cuts before the torturing actually happens, because it does. So we may not be rooting for Darth Vader to turn good, but once Luke wants him to turn good, once Luke starts rooting for him to turn good, at that point, we as the audience technically haven't seen Vader do anything that is emotionally scarring to us, aside from Luke, I am your father. Spoilers, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it's so shocking.
Haha, shocking. Haha, lightning. Haha.
Comedy. So anyway, we don't see Vader do anything severely damaging enough to the plot or characters to the point where having a redemption is unbelievable. Because, like from Avatar: The Last Airbender, you can have
Airbender.
Airbender. You can have Zuko, who actively opposes the heroes and does bad stuff to or with them or whatever. However, if anybody else is around to try and capture the Avatar, Zuko instantly is opposing them, not the gang. This means that I am raising my voice because I'm too far away from the mic. This means that pretty much every time we see Zuko with the gang, if anybody else is in the scene, then Zuko is effectively a good guy. So Zuko's redemption story is not unbelievable, especially since we see things from his perspective and we see how essentially, please give this child a nap, a sandwich, and a friend. Heavens above. In that order. Or no, a friend first, and then a nap, and then a sandwich. But
yes.
Like, it just... Heavens above, give this man some support. Give him a support network. He actively refuses support from his uncle when he needs it because he's in a place where he just doesn't know how to accept support because he doesn't think he's worthy of it. So essentially...
May I make an amendment?
Zuko, yes.
Friend, nap, sandwich, therapy.
You're right. You're so right. Yes. Okay. Anyway, my point with all of that is the reason that Darth Vader's redemption story works is we never see the consequences for his actions aside from like a couple of scenes where he's the bad guy. And the redemption scene is very believable from from our perception of Vader, because we see that Vader cares about his specific people. His son is counted as one of his specific people, therefore him protecting his son against the Emperor, who we can already see he doesn't like. In the second movie, he specifically asks Luke to join him so they can rule the galaxy and overthrow the Empire. He doesn't like the Emperor. So, we're already kind of rooting for Vader to be good because he's a cool villain and therefore we want him to be a cool hero. But also because Luke is invested in his redemption, and we're invested in Luke. So we're supporting Luke from a distance, essentially. The reason that worked, and the reason I bring that up, is because what I want to do with Grievous specifically, or if I were handed the script or if I were given the prompt, all right, here are your characters, here's the general overview of what we want to happen, right to the prequels, this is what I would try and do. First of all, introducing Grievous in the last movie just so Obi-Wan can kill him and have a throwaway joke about how he doesn't like guns is not good, is not funny, and does not make Grievous actually look like a villain. It just makes him look like a cartoon character. And when you're trying to make a super serious movie about Anakin literally murdering children, I don't think you want a cartoon character as your antagonist. I just don't think that works. So anyway, first of all, Anakin doesn't murder children because that immediately breaks the whole setup, I guess you could say, in A New Hope and all of those movies where the only times we see Vader doing something bad are when he absolutely needs to be doing it, or when there's a bad guy in the room and we don't like them anyway. Having Vader murder children does not make his redemption more believable, and it does not make his fall more tragic. It just makes us think, wow, he's murdering children.
It does not spark joy.
It does not spark joy. And I'm not saying a character fall has to spark joy, because obviously the character has fallen. That's not going to spark joy for anybody. However, don't make the character we're supposed to be rooting for murder children.
Wow, really?
I know, it's unbelievable. Anyway. Anyway, so the reason I bring all that up is because what I want to do with Grievous is have Grievous do the child murdering, essentially. I want him to kill named characters on screen. I want him to be present when bad things are happening. But when Grievous realizes what Sidious has done, and that Sidious has essentially turned him into a machine for destruction and for Sidious's own personal goals, he was manipulated into doing this, and he hates that. What I want to do is take that and make the audience say, oh no, for both Sidious and Grievous. Because we know that Grievous is going to fail because we have the sequel movies. And Palpatine is alive in the sequel movies. I know, it's quite shocking. But we know that he doesn't succeed on his mission to avenge himself and his planet. However, his ultimate motivation is sympathetic. Even though we've seen him kill characters on screen, we've seen him be a terrible person, we've seen him essentially murder, we've seen him kill the dog, right? We've seen him kick the dog. We know he's not a good person, but we want him to succeed because we know the person he's going up against did terrible things. So having him degrade throughout those 3 movies as well, going from mostly fleshy with bits of mechanical parts to like slowly becoming more mechanical to becoming fully mechanical, and then when he's fully mechanical, when he's reached the point of no return, that's when he realizes the true weight of Palpatine's actions. That's when he realizes what actually went down on his planet. That's when he realizes everything has fallen. And I feel like that works better than Man Who Coughs and also says General Kenobi. Like, that's really all he does. He has a brief moment when he's about to fight Kenobi, and then he runs away after, like, Kenobi kind of maybe gets a little bit of an upper hand. We don't see him as a big scary bad guy. We see him as a coward and a mustache twirling villain, and that's not entertaining. I'm sorry, I ranted for way too long. This is Cat's
That's
stream.
okay. Nope, this is the Ink Rant stream.
No,
I'm
it's
just here
not.
chopping logs down.
No, it is the cat stream featuring Ink. I am a feature. I am not the whole program.
Someday we'll just title a stream Ink Rants Feet Me.
Hold on, I'm just gonna phonetically spell that out in the quote book real quick.
Phonetically spell that out in the quote book, you say.
Yes. There we go. I should be
And remember, friends, if you want in on all this hilarity, you can join the Discord.
Please do. We
Save
have a
yourself.
fun time here.
We have a time here.
This is also true. Can I be honest? I actually don't really care that much about Star Wars, and I know nobody's going to
Same.
believe me. I really don't. The thing is, I know a decent amount of Star Wars lore because I have 2 or 3 major Star Wars fanatics in my family, so I know a lot about it.
It's not that you care about Star Wars, it's that you care about storylines being handled improperly.
Yeah. I do not like how a lot of things are handled, especially in regards to things like redemption, because that just, it's usually not handled super well. Raya and the Last Dragon, but it's not handled super well, or people just like don't. There's so much potential in the writing world for genuinely fascinating stories that just make you hurt inside but also give you a sense of catharsis, and nobody uses the potential.
We're too busy making animated movies that have fart jokes as their entire redeeming factor.
The redeeming factor in air quotes.
As their entire factor.
Yep, as their entire factor. I am simply tired.
No, you're ink.
I am known by many names.
Simple Red Tired.
Yes.
Ah, I can no longer sprint. Radical.
You can no longer what now?
Sprint.
Oh. I would recommend eating some food then.
I'm out of
food. Know, get some self-care. Self-care your video game avatar.
But then I'd have to pick what kind of food, and I don't wanna.
You still have to, though, because ultimately, having sprint is more useful than not having it, and having a full hunger meter means you heal faster, so it's also more worth it.
I'm going out here to the ocean, and I'm going fishing, so there.
Yay!
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I'm going fishing by the sea.
I have never heard that before. I was very surprised.
H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P. Grab your hook and come with me. Q-R-S-T-U-V. We'll have lots of fun, you'll see. W-X Y and Z, ABC fishing by the sea, and your line goes out and your hook goes down. Will those fishies come around? We'll have fun, just you and me. We just sang the fishing ABCs.
So you're using the royal we.
Wouldn't you like to know, Nathan? But honestly, probably groundhog, Salem if you annoy them. Groundhog if you threaten boot, at least. Probably coffee.
Occasionally Pichu and Kahoot, but not really.
They're more of a metaphorical bite, while the other ones, I believe, would just literally bite someone.
That's true. I used to bite my siblings.
I did too. Well, I didn't bite my siblings, I bit my parents.
Oh. I used to bite my siblings, and then I stopped doing that. Well, no. I only bit my siblings like 4 times, but I used to suck on my arm, like, just kind of, because I could, and my mom kept telling me to stop doing that, and I didn't understand for the longest time until, like, she told me that's because I had bruises all over my arms, and it looked like there was a bad situation at home, and that was really uncomfortable. So anyway.
How about that weather lately?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a balmy 76 degrees here in Sunnyvale, Mars, and it's actually doing quite nice outside. We have a sandstorm approaching on the western horizon, and if you look very carefully out your right window, you may or may not see the giant Martian monsters that are steadily approaching upon our settlement.
Wowie! That's great. What a nice place to live. What just happened? Are we good? Are we good?
A sibling
Okay.
came in.
Hello, sibling.
One day. Well, no, sibling is gone.
I am saying hello to sibling retroactively. Let me live,
I see.
Ink.
Okay. I never said you couldn't.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, but sometimes. Oh no.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I don't know any Webkin songs. I never listened to any of them because when they were introduced into the Webkins like hemisphere, I didn't like new things, and I still kind of have trouble like adapting to new things. Like it takes a lot to get me to go to a movie theater. So what I just didn't listen to them like ever. And every time I tried, I just got like really, really stressed, and I exited out within the first 45 seconds.
Yes. North, south, and Webkins.
Alright.
This is true and as it should be.
Yes.
Come on, can't you let me put this into a usable key? Meh. Okay, that sound like close to the chords at least. Do you love jelly beans? And yeah, I do. I love them beans. Do you love chocolate cake? And sure, I love that scrumptious cake. Do you love ice cream pie? Oh, why you gotta ask me why? How do you feel about licorice? My, oh my, how I love that dish. My favorite thing of all. Looks like a bunch of sticky goo. My favorite food of all is a big bad bowl of caramel soup. Do-do-do. Caramel soup. Do-do-do. Caramel soup. Yeah, get a bunch of marshmallows and mix them up. And you put some cinnamon in a cup. Throw some sprinkles in, just for style, and heat it all up and stir it for a while. You drop the caramel ever so slow until you get that tasty glow. Stir and take your time. You want to be sure it tastes so fine. If you're not so... Wait. Stir and stir. These lyrics are just wrong. Stir and take your time. You want to be sure it tastes sublime. And if you add some honey, add some honey if you want to be sure. If you're not feeling well, this is the cure. Something ice cream. I never actually knew this lyric. Don't forget that ice cream scoop. Soon you'll have your dream of a big bad bowl of caramel soup. Do-do-do. Caramel soup. Do-do-do. Caramel soup. Now I know some people, and here's what they say. Have yourself an apple a day. Then there are those that like their greens. I get their point, I know what they mean. It's just those foods just aren't my style. They might be good, but they don't make me smile. Some of those veggies make me wanna cry. I'm a sucker for sweets, I've got pie in my eye. I love my big bad bowl of caramel soup. Do-do-do. Caramel happy, Nathan? Did this bring you joy? I hope you're happy. In the end, I hope you're happy, my friend. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. Something has changed within me. Something is not the same. I'm through with playing by the rules of someone else's game. I don't remember what part of the lyrics goes here. Tell those who doubt me, like a message back from me. Tell them how I'm defying gravity. I'm flying high, defying gravity. Bop, 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 bop. I've heard it said that people come into our lives for a reason, bringing something we must learn. And hello, Ink, to those who help us most to grow, if we let them, and we help them in return. Well, I don't know if I believe that's true, but I know I'm who I am today because I met you. Bow, bow, bow.
Me at cat constantly.
Have you ever heard For Good all the way through?
I don't think so. I kept seeing it in like my recommendeds and whatnot, but I never clicked on it.
I think you'd like
because
it.
my perpetual fear of new things has only slightly waned with time.
Yeah. The only way I experience new music is mostly through animatics because I will sit still through them.
For some reason, I'm okay with watching an animatic of something that I've never seen before, but if it's specifically about like a song, like it, for example, there's a musical about like Frankenstein, and there was an animatic of Frankenstein, the college dropout. He was never a doctor. But there's an animatic of like Frankenstein's essentially him soliloquizing about how he's the smartest guy ever and he's making life, and everybody who doesn't think that this is a good idea is just a weenie and he's the smartest guy ever.
Exactly.
It's essentially just that. But I wanted to click on it because of the art, so I did, and then I watched it all the way through, and it's reasonably catchy, but I can't listen to the rest of the musical because I get so stressed out because I don't know anything about it, even though I know all the plot to Frankenstein.
I have missed 2 fish.
Oh.
But do you think the fish missed me?
Yes.
I'm going to eat them. Their trust was misplaced.
Sometimes we misplace our trust, and that's okay.
But remember, Ink, trust is something you owe to people.
You're right. It's something you owe to people, and that you can, like, you can't keep ever or hold yourself in high respect, because if you hold yourself in respect, then you're not respecting others, obviously.
'Cause
That's the
you're a
only
bad person if you don't give out trust to everybody at face value. Because you're just
Clearly.
jaded and sad. And you should be more optimistic. Because not everyone is out to get you.
And honestly, probably the narrative is going to try and get you to have a girlfriend or boyfriend at one point, depending on what your displayed gender is, because this is not a society in which having a gay relationship is okay. So you just kind of continue to exist, and one day the writers are just going to decide that you get to be shipped with someone, even though you've shown no prior indication that you wish for that to be so.
Exactly. I mean, everybody wants a romantic relationship. They're just bad at admitting it to themselves.
Every single person ever. All of them.
Exactly.
Every single
All
one.
of them. Every person.
Because Freud was right about everything.
Every single person has a deep-seated need to be in a heterosexual relationship and also has terrible, terrible thoughts about their mother.
And father. But we don't need to get into that today.
Of course not. That'll be next week.
Woo!
Woo! Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, it's glorious. I think we're pretty
Family
close.
members.
Hello, family members.
Sorry. Family members have decided that I have had enough time sitting in my room and chatting with people. So now they're just going to start coming in randomly over the next, 20 minutes or so.
As they do,
Probably.
yep.
Yep. So that's gonna be fun.
Yep. I mean, on the
You know,
other
what were you
hand,
saying?
it is almost 10, so I should probably wrap up soon because I have work both morning and evening tomorrow. Haha, fun. Fun times.
Oh, no.
I get the afternoon home and then
Cat.
genuinely, I really enjoy this job. It's just Nathan, you left before the song started? Nathan! That song was for you!
Something has changed within me.
Something is not the same.
I'm through with playing
by the rules of someone else's game.
Wait, hold on.
Bless family member. Bless family member again.
You can hear the sneeze?
Yes.
That was my mom.
Bless your mom.
I didn't realize my mic was that sensitive.
Okay, well, hold on, let me see if we've got anybody around to raid before I do anything else.
Do you want to just, sing a song together unbelievably cursively before
I think we
leave?
definitely should.
Excellent.
Yes.
Also, at some point, just FYI, I am going to make caramel soup.
Good. I know
I'm
some
going to
people, and
record
here's
it.
what they say. Have yourself an apple a day. But then there are those who like their greens. I get their point, I know what they mean.
Alright, so what are the ingredients of caramel soup?
You drop the caramel ever so slow until you get that tasty glow. Stir and stir Well, okay, marshmallows, cinnamon, sprinkles, caramel, and maybe ice cream, potentially.
And honey.
And honey. If you want to be sure.
Honey bit.
If you're not feeling well, this is the cure.
I'm always not feeling well.
Well, this is the cure.
I guess. So that's not a lot of ingredients, and I am allergic to most of them. I will see what I can do.
Most of them are just sugar. You might as well just eat a bowl of sugar.
With sprinkles and cinnamon on it.
But you know, the sprinkles incorporate completely because they're not visible in the final product.
Can I see the final product?
Yeah, there's an entire music video of it. Axolotl, friend!
Axolotl!
How did you get here? Like, I'm not complaining, but, you will be coming home with me now. Come home with me. Who are you? The man who's gonna marry you. I'm Orpheus.
What a lead up to that song, like, who are you?
The man who's gonna marry you.
What an opening line.
That's what my 47-year-old husband said when he met me when I was 6.
Your 7-year-old husband? That's a little young for a guy.
My 47-year-old husband. Honestly, what did you take me for? I wouldn't marry someone that young. It's completely unseemly.
Yeah.
Anyway, we need a song to sing.
Wait, we could do Satisfied, because every now and then we'll just, like, randomly start singing Satisfied in chat. So what if we just did that?
But consider paper rings.
Paper rings!
Okay, Nathan, what would you like your axolotl to be named?
Axolotl.
And are you specifically asking for the one we just caught, or just any axolotl?
Caramel soup. It would depend on the flavors of caramel soup. I feel like just about anything.
Nathan. Name suggestion rejected. Try again.
I feel like just about anything would not go well with this. I am looking at the graphics provided, and it seems to be a very strange color.
Okay, no, we need to make the caramel soup and the piggy plum pie. With the ice cream pie. Okay, piggy plum pie with a cinnamon swirl. My oh my, how I love that pie. Piggy plum pie with the ice cream pie. Piggy plum pie is the best pie in the world.
Okay, I'm looking up the music video and I have it muted. Hold on, let me just,
What? Sir, what is happening?
Plum pie. Recipe!
What?
There's a piggy plum pie recipe as a search option.
I think we need to be more concerned about the fact that this iron golem is a demon.
Why? What did he do?
It was floating! Suspended by its head!
Yeah.
And, okay, yes, you want it to be named Totally Normal Axolotl?
Cat Webkins has a site with recipes.
Cooking stream!
Cooking stream! Okay, so for piggy plum pie, plums, sugar, flour, salt, cinnamon, lemon juice, pie crusts, and a pie pan.
And ice cream.
Pie pan is a strange ingredient.
Crunch.
No, also cookie sheet, cinnamon and sugar mixture, milk, small bag, ice cream, and a knife.
Knife! Let me see what you have.
Knife!
No!
Hold on, I need to send the screenshot to you.
Submitted by Tom by Oinker.
I love how it's not at all like grouped, and the cinnamon and sugar mixture has no measurements. Neither does the milk.
Milk.
Or the ice cream. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Okay, I'm holding on.
I need to know. This, okay. Is there a search bar? I can't tell. This website hurts my eyes.
Your face does the opposite of hurt my eyes, huh?
Uno reverse card. Wait, no, why did I close the tab?
Why? Yeah, why did you do that?
The world may never know.
Squirrels may never know.
It's true, they won't. Wait, no, I want the caramel soup recipe. Which I already have, so never mind. Okay, so we have the basic building blocks for both caramel soup and piggy plum pie.
Fabulous.
I'm allergic to plums, so we'll see how this goes.
Piggy mango pie.
I have a couple suggestions, chief of which is, can we not do that?
I mean, what other fruits can you eat? Because no stone fruits.
I can have oranges.
Bananas?
But I don't think... No, I'm allergic to bananas.
Okay, bananas and orange pie sounds worse.
Yep.
We will make pumpkin pie and dye it purple with food coloring.
Well, I'm allergic to food coloring.
We will dye it, are you allergic to beets?
No, but
we will dye it purple with beet juice. Hello, Sylvie!
Yes. Hi, Sylvie!
Oh, good glory! There are a lot of bees here.
We are discussing the recipes that we are going to make. We're gonna make piggy plum pie, but I can't have plums. And we're gonna make caramel soup, but I can't have caramel. So we're gonna see where this leads us. Well,
I am very much looking forward to our hypothetical cooking streams.
I am looking forward to it so much.
I mean, we've had the idea for cooking Minecraft food for what, years now?
Yeah, we have. Also the doing the unraveled cooking the Zelda foods, but doing it right, because they did all of them at once and they didn't do the recipes correctly, in that they didn't, like, they added ingredients that weren't there to some recipes, but then they said, no, we're gonna stick to the recipe with other recipes.
Exactly.
And they didn't even know how to, like, make some of the things that they were trying to make. And, like, first of all, relatable. Second of all, I feel like you should do a little more research, especially if you only have a kitchen for 6 hours to make all of these things. If
to
only
be fair,
so you're slightly more prepared.
I mean, you're talking about Brian here, who did spend, what, like months of his life reading Skyrim books?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure you can complain of him under-researching, but maybe under-preparing, because again, Brian David Gilbert. Anyway,
Yeah.
So cooking streams, the one where I make cheesecake, the one where we make Zelda food but actually try, well, that can't be a stream probably, because it would cooking videos.
Yes.
The one where we make every food in Minecraft, and now, Webkins.
Yep. Not every food of Webkins, though, because there are way too many of those.
But we need to make the gross smoothie thing you end up with if...
Yes, we need to...
If you mess up the cooking.
The gray... What is it?
Gray...
Suspicious something, or is it gray
no, that's
something?
Suspicious Stew, which is Minecraft.
Yeah.
My cousins and brother never... They keep giving me grief about how I kept feeding those to my pets because I didn't want to waste money. Yeah. I was a frugal child.
Yeah, I never threw any of those away. I fed them to the Webkins because I was like, "Whoa, what's gonna happen?" But then nothing bad happened, which meant that there was no consequence for it. So if I
Exactly.
made it, then they could just eat it. Like, they didn't get sick, so they didn't need to go to Dr. Quack's when he was still around. They
Why
didn't
try when you can fail and have no consequences?
precisely, right?
Exactly.
But really, why? And like, another thing that bothered me was that people never actually, like my siblings, whenever they went on Webkins, they never followed the recipes that were provided to do things, and they kept getting frustrated that they couldn't eat what they couldn't like make the thing they wanted to make. And I'm like, the
Who could have
recipe is
predict-
right there, but like they never made
Sylvie!
it.
What? Okay, do I have any of my weapons up here with me?
Webkins. I have quite a few. Most of them are named strange things, except for Susan.
Susan, our beloved. Okay,
She's,
I don't have any of them currently on my shelves. Sylvie, so Webkins were a thing like early 2000s mostly. So like mostly just early Gen Z, like Ink and me, but not so much you. Anyway, so they're stuffed animals, except when you buy them, you get a code with their tag that allows you to redeem that to have a virtual animal, which sounds completely normal now because everyone does it, but that was a relatively new thing.
Yeah.
And so then you have your virtual pet in the virtual world, and you have to virtually take care of it in imaginative childlike games, and there's an economy, and you can buy clothes and furniture. And I was the reigning champion of the Match 4 game in the social spaces. I would just swindle everybody out of their money. I was so good at Match 4.
I never played online games with people because I was an intensely paranoid child. So I never went into the tournament arena. And when I did, it was usually when I forgot that there were real life humans playing with me. So
I'm pretty sure the tournament area gave me like severe anxiety. But I went to the park and stuff.
I only started going to the park in like the latter part of my Webkins experience.
I mean, the park didn't even exist for a ton of the time.
Huh?
The park didn't even exist at first.
No, but I mean, like, yeah. I would go to the park, during like the last couple of months of my time on Webkins, and I would do because there's this one, I don't know if the event is like still available, like if it's a constant event or if it was seasonal and I just never finished it, but there was like a quest or whatever that you could do where you would like, it was just a fetch quest but with long wait times that you could pass if you gave the website money. And I got really frustrated by it. So
I used to spend like hours of my free time just scrolling through the Webkins like blog sites for the events where you'd get like the pop-up Webkins animal and you had to click on 5 of them in a day to get this cool thing. And so I had to keep scrolling until I found 5 of the pop-up animals.
I did not know that the forums and blogs and whatnot existed for a very long time because, again, I was an intensely paranoid child. So what I didn't know they were there, and the idea of playing online with strangers who could be literally anyone and could lie to my face about who they were, not to my face, but to my virtual pet's face about who they were and what their intentions were, was terrifying to me. So I just never went there. My parents weren't even that strict about it. Like, they were cautious about it, of course, but they didn't super care.
I think I generally had the philosophy, at least as a kid, that somebody could totally be lying to me, so I just wouldn't trust them with anything, but I could still hang out with them.
I was just paranoid because my mom used the example of like a grown adult being on there and impersonating a kid one time, and it never left my head. and it was just like a scarring experience, and she doesn't know to this day. She doesn't realize, and I'm not going to tell her because then she'll just feel guilty.
It's like, sure, it's an adult person, but they just traded me really good items for basically nothing. Why should I care?
I think I accidentally scammed a couple of people once because...
Oh, only accidentally.
Well, it was accidentally because I am lawful good, and I have been lawful good my entire life. This does not mean I am a flawless individual, of course. It just means that I just... When I do
It just means you
things
have anxiety.
What?
It just means you have anxiety.
Yeah, So essentially, I think what happened, like, people would say, hey, do you want to trade or something? I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure, stranger who I do not trust and I'm slightly terrified of, but I'm not going to let you know that. Sure, would you like to trade? And they're like, yes, and so we, like, traded or whatever with, like, furniture or something. And then I forgot that they existed, and I never finished the trade.
Wow.
I think I accidentally scammed a couple of people.
I mean, if you don't finish the... Are we talking... Like, if we're talking the actual trade system, then you can't do that. Like,
no.
It'll
See,
cancel
they would like send. You'd friend people, and then you could like send them stuff. But I didn't know how the
informal
sending.
trading.
Yeah, I didn't know how the sending stuff worked, so I never sent anybody anything because I didn't know how it worked. And then I realized that I was like not being very nice, so I felt intensely guilty, and I never spoke to anyone again after I realized that I was accidentally scamming people.
Nathan, context. What thing that bothered me? What? What's happening?
Why would you say this to me? I don't understand. What
Did you
have I
just what?
done?
Is what you yes? Did you whatever you I guess?
You, I guess. The stalking horse.
Bap,
Which
bap,
has the guy.
bap, bap.
It was the sort of horse if something
Pony
was a
was
lie.
a phony, was a lie. Bap, bap. You say stuff is
Stuff
way,
is
way to go away.
Go away.
Bap, 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 bap.
Pat, you don't need acacia wood.
Yes, but this is in the way of my spruce wood, so I'm moving it.
Oh, okay.
Nathan, was
I'm
it like an
probably-
actual bother or like a lighthearted bother? Oh, no, not. I can't drop down Zachary. I am so sorry, Zachary.
Who's Zachary?
That tree.
Oh,
He has a name tag.
that's very cool of him.
Yeah. We were talking about
support the
webkins.
name
That's
tag.
what we were doing. Yes. But favorite game of the mini games. And she's dead, folks. It was nice knowing her.
Huh?
Huh?
Were you talking? Wait, were you asking me what my favorite minigame was?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were just like saying the thing that bothered you, and I was waiting for you to finish. Okay,
I don't think either of us should be allowed to talk to humans.
It's a good thing that we are both totally 100% human because that more experience. Yes, that is clearly the...
Hold on, why
Yes.
is my bitrate having a meltdown?
You ask me these questions as if I have an answer.
Yes.
As if
I
I
need
could
an
ever
answer
answer.
from you. But continue, yes.
Okay, so I didn't have a favorite minigame, I don't think, but I really liked playing the Pizza Palace minigame, or the game
That
or whatever,
stressed me out.
in the arcade. Well, it was kind of stressful, but also I had it down to a science,
Fair.
and then my sister stole my science, and I've been salty about it ever since.
I mean, not that you hold grudges or anything, but...
The thing is, she stole it, and then she started talking about how it was hers, and she invented it, and that made me very upset. And she never believed me when I told her that I invented the system. But she saw me play, and we worked together, and I was better than her most of the time, and then she stole my science, and she was older and slightly more coordinated, so she was better at the game, and I was salty. Because, okay, whenever we played video games, I am the middleest child, alright? I have 4 siblings, there are 5 children in my family. I am the 3rd child, okay? I am the most middle child you can be.
I'm your middleest brother, Travis McElroy. Continue.
But I am the middleest child, which means that every time I wanted to play a game when I was a kid and I was having trouble, it means that my older siblings would decide that they wanted to play because it was frustrating that I wasn't getting it right, so they would yank the controller from my hand and then finish the rest of my turn, and then I didn't get to play the game. The one place that I could play the game by myself was Webkinz. And I was thrilled because I was better than both of my older siblings at Webkinz. Specifically at Pizza Palace. But then my older sister stole my science for the Pizza Palace minigame. She stole my method, and then I wasn't as good at it anymore. I wasn't the best at the minigame, which was very frustrating.
Understandably so, yes. There was one
caramel soup.
Yeah, caramel soup.
Sorry.
There was one time that my brother and cousin, who grew up, basically joined at the hip and inseparable because they were close to the same age. And I grew up mostly tagging along with them. They tolerated me. I got like a corner of what they were playing to pretend that they were including me. Anyway, so one time they were playing very, very loudly. Well, I was on Webkinz, doing my Webkinz dailies, you know, doing my Webkinz jobs in the Webkinz economy and stuff. So they were loud enough that they distracted me. Well, I was on I can't remember how the babysitting job worked, but it had like levels or weeks or something where it like increased in difficulty the more you did it well. And so I had gotten to the point where it was like really complicated and really stressful, and I lost because they distracted me, and then I cried on the living room sofa for like half an hour. And they just kind of, I think they tried to apologize. I don't think I let them. Just full on meltdown because I was going to finish the babysitting level and they ruined it. Like, they ruined everything. And
the job center always stressed me out because there was pressure. Mm-hmm. Because with like the mini games and whatnot, if you messed up, it could be a little bit stressful because you know you messed up. But it was altogether fine. You could just restart, right?
No long-term consequences.
You could grind at it and you could get very good at it. But if you entered the job market and you messed something up, the odds that the job were going to be there tomorrow, because it took forever for those jobs to circle back around, the odds that job was going to be there again tomorrow were very slim. And the odds that you would get another chance and be better this time were also very slim, especially when your siblings monopolized the computer. So the job market was very stressful all the time.
The job market was very stressful when we were children, but you know, now that we're adults, it's gotten a lot better, you know?
Yeah, job market, taxes, tax benefits, mortgage.
Mortgage, life insurance, car insurance, white picket fence?
Heteronormity?
Heteronormity. Societal pressure to live a life defined by success as society defines it. Pressure to have children.
Pressure to fit the ideal beauty standard regardless of whether or not you actually can physically fit the ideal beauty standard.
Taxes.
Tax evasion.
Tax evasion, mortgage.
Mortgage, life insurance, car insurance.
Car insurance, house insurance, health insurance, taxes, unexpected expenses,
Adulthood, children, taxes.
adulthood, marriage, taxes, children, taxes, capitalism, burnout,
Depression.
long-term health issues, childhood trauma,
Childhood trauma.
unprocessed childhood trauma,
Processed childhood trauma.
therapy for childhood trauma,
Mortgage.
excessive amounts of coffee,
Wine night.
wine night,
Some nights we catch it, something, something but the sometimes we call it all.
sometimes I wish that my lips could build a castle. Sometimes I wish they just fall off. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost, I can see the paranormal. What do I live for? What do I live for? Most nights, I don't know, because I'm surrounded by ghosts.
Geez, I sure am surrounded by ghosts. This sure is strange, huh?
Yep, life is strange.
Gee golly gosh, Glorioski.
And hold on a moment. Clipped. Glorioski.
Yes.
Have I found a birch forest anywhere in my travels?
Probably. I think no, you did because while you were traveling to the Jumble Jingle Jangle for the first time, you were trying to find it. You passed through a couple of birch forests near some mountains. I can remember that, but not what I dreamed last night. Sure.
So what if I just go east a really long... I mean, I could chop down the birch trees here, but like, where's the fun in that when I could go to a birch forest?
True. Are you like right next to a birch forest?
It's a mixed birch and oak forest, so I can get birch there, but it's not the same as a fully birch forest, and those are cool.
True. Also, birch trees just like they look really nice when they're in a mix with other trees, especially spruce.
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 Froof. Floof. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Taxes.
Mortgage. Arson pit.
Insurance scams.
Email scams.
Life alert.
Pressure to have sex.
Hold on. And we're waiting till it catches up. And clipped! I'm going to have a compilation from today alone.
Sorry.
Don't apologize for beauty. That is a large hole. Okay.
Large hole.
Spruce.
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 Economic
What?
downturn.
Recession.
Depression.
Housing market.
Foreclosure.
Pressure to find a relationship. Pressure to go to college.
Pressure to get a degree and ultimately never use that degree.
Student loan debt, credit card debt.
Pressure to complain about your spouse and job.
Alcohol.
Coffee.
Caffeine addiction.
Valentine's Day.
Sleep deprivation.
Chocolate.
Pressure to celebrate commercial holidays in the way everyone else celebrates them.
Pressure to be someone other than you who you actually are, because society has decided that who people really are does not really matter as long as they conform to what society wishes they are.
Pressure to enjoy popular media.
Pressure to dislike things that people who are popular don't like.
Pressure to like things before they are cool.
Pressure to say you like things before they were cool.
Pressure not to like things that nobody else likes, but to at the same time like things that nobody else likes. Specifically, pressure to like things that everybody else likes, but to have liked them before everybody else liked them.
Pressure to somehow know things in advance, so when bad things happen, you automatically are verified as a cool and trustworthy person, regardless of your actual ability to predict how things turn out.
Conformity.
Conformity. I'm sorry, that wasn't even a good joke. I
don't know what this bit is, but I love it. I don't understand what we're doing, but it works.
I just, in case it wasn't clear, you said conformity, and then I said conformity, even though we've just been saying different things the whole time.
Well, I mean, sometimes we say the same things. It was a very good joking. Good job.
Thank you. Yes, someone did in fact say alcohol. I believe it was Kat.
Pressure to have money. Pressure to spend money. Pressure to spend money on things you don't actually want. Pressure to buy things.
To gender norms.
Pressure to conform to gender norms. Pressure to buy things you don't actually need because they are on sale.
Pressure to somehow defy all norms while also never actually defying any of them.
Amazon billionaires, white privilege, tax evasion.
Freaking tax evasion. I would have said the other word, but I would not be able to. Also, I can't. And we're on stream and you don't swear. No, I don't swear. Why would I? Frickin' tax evasion.
Frickin' tax evasion. Increasing sense of panic about your impending death.
Increasing awareness of age and the inevitability of age, regardless of whether or not you actually live a long and happy life.
Being so stressed about making the most of time that you actually do not enjoy the life that you have because you are too busy trying to live a life that everyone else thinks you should have.
Feeling so pressured to exist in a space that you would never actually willingly exist in, that you refuse to admit that you don't like the space, and instead simply acclimate to it, regardless of your own comfort or boundaries.
Deforestation, washer repairs.
Plumbing.
Neighbors.
Neighbors,
plumbing, taxes.
Taxes, medical bills, plumbing.
Medical bills, doctors invalidating you because you don't fit their preconceived notions of what symptoms should look like, taxes.
medical bills, doctors invalidating you because they have decided that regardless of any other medical proof, that you don't count and will therefore not be counted and should therefore not be treated because everything you're saying is actually a lie. Taxes. Tax evasion.
Pressure to have a job, work 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and not make time for things that make you happy, because why be happy when you can be successful?
Pressure to dislike things, regardless of whether or not you actually like them, because society has decided that these things are bad, regardless of the actual validity of those claims.
Algebra.
Grocery shopping.
Grocery shopping. Clothes shopping.
Clothes shopping.
Taxes. Fast fashion industry. Conventional beauty standards.
$3,000 lingerie set. I'm sorry, that just exists and I think about it sometimes. I don't even like the look of it. I got an ad for it once and I've never been able to get it out of my head. Like,
and clipped.
It just, I don't know. It's $3,000, and I understand that a lot of work and effort goes into some sets like that, and that makes total sense, honestly, because it does take a lot of effort and skill and understanding to make stuff like that, like the lace, for example. That can take hundreds of professionals, thousands of hours to get only a couple of yards, but it's just a lot of money.
Get over yourself. The thing that you're doing is supposed to end in no clothes anyway.
Bold of you to assume I will ever not remove clothes.
As long as you keep the socks on.
Well, I said I never would remove any clothes, so, you know.
Taxes, people giving you socks for Christmas. Tax evasion, tax fraud, insurance.
Ugly sweaters aren't actually that ugly. People just like to stereotype them that way. It's really just about the silliness, not how ugly they are. Taxes.
Things that make you happy are invalid if they don't fit into everybody else's ideal of what is allowed to make you happy. Taxes, tax fraud, tax evasion, medical bills, societal pressure to have children.
Medical bills, taxes, small talk.
Small talk, weather, sports.
Sports. Pressure to like sports, regardless of whether or not you actually like sports. Purely based on gender and nothing else. Taxes.
Sports taxes, vaguely misogynistic tendencies in both sports and the ads they play on sports. Taxes.
Cleaning projects, misogyny.
Overtly misogynistic tendencies in media.
Cute.
Sexism,
Taxes.
Double standards, taxes.
Sexism, double standards, taxes, infantilization.
Police brutality, infantilization, demonization of mental illness.
Demonization of treatment for mental illness.
Demonization of anyone who does not fit into society's idea of what is all right or permissible.
Demonization of anyone and everybody who is and is not exactly what is supposed to be. Demonization of people who do fit into the societal norm, because clearly the societal norm is what made them that way, and the societal norm is inflexible and immobile.
Further demonization of mental illness that does not express itself in symptoms that are deemed trendy and cute.
Demonization of any and all symptoms of any medical illness that are not deemed as trendy or cute.
Trivialization of symptoms of mental illness that are deemed trendy and cute.
Infantilizing and fetishizing mental illness because it is not deemed fancy and cute, trendy and cute.
Ableism. Taxes.
Racism.
How long have we been doing this, and how are there still 7 viewers here?
Well, it just dropped out to 6 for me.
All right, which one of you left?
Why was that like the second most amount of viewers we've had this whole stream?
Because you are a joy to be around. Taxes, capitalism, the inability to make friends. Because
Taxes,
you have
abacus.
nothing in common. Abacus. IRS. Auditing. Gas prices.
Unfair standards for people who are of a lower class because the tax system is technically fundamentally broken if you look at it from that point of view.
Discrimination based on wealth, social status, birthplace, and education.
Discrimination.
Discrimination. Misogyny. Tax fraud.
Glorification of hating and everything and anything. Glorification of losing hope. Idealization of losing hope.
Well, you see, Nathan, these are llamas, not alpacas, so...
Yeah, so it isn't alpaca murder time.
Exactly.
Also, alpacas are just genuinely really sweet, especially when compared to llamas, who are mean and will
llamas
spit
are just
in your
really
face.
not.
Yeah. I had the
Llamas
pleasure of standing
are
a couple
demons.
yards away from an alpaca a couple times. It was at a library event, and from what my siblings told me, its fur was very soft, but I was in the middle of an allergy attack, so I could not be sure.
I believe most of your childhood could be described with, I was in the middle of an allergy attack, so I could not be sure.
You are not incorrect.
Political correctness.
Political correctness for the sake of political correctness, and not because it's actually a problem that needs to be solved.
Social justice for those... Defending people who are capable of defending themselves because you think that you know what they need better than they do.
Infantilization of people who do not exactly fit the stereotype that you wish to protect.
Normalization of slurs.
Normalization and glorification of slurs.
And then not allowing the people who are trying to reclaim the slur to actually reclaim it, because who gets to decide if it's in their rights to do so? Taxes.
Medical taxes.
Doctors jacking up prices because they live in a monopoly and they can make people pay as much as they want.
Corrupt billionaires deciding that people with less money are simply being selfish and therefore they themselves are ranking up the prices of their individual businesses for the sake of more money in their pockets, and because they believe that only they are smart enough or superior enough to not be selfish.
Exorbitant costs of adoption and a very flawed fostering system, taxes, misogyny, media.
Discrimination against anyone and everyone who adopts, and discrimination against those who adopt but don't adopt from the glorified countries.
Injustice within our justice system, taxes.
Tax evasion, medical bills, doctors being corrupt and not actually fully going to medical school, but getting into important and powerful positions purely because they know the right people. Business owners claiming that they worked their way from the ground up despite having been given pretty much every single leg up possible. Taxes.
Corrupt politicians, mega corporations, overfishing, endangered animals, taxes.
refusing to accept that some people genuinely cannot contribute to society in a normal way, because the normalization of people who aren't normal is never and will never be accepted into any actual society, purely because nobody wants to believe that they can be equal to someone they consider inferior.
Societal pressure to dress in the way that is expected.
Societal pressure.
Societal pressure. Taxes.
Vague catharsis from things that should not bring you catharsis, if only because it feels nice to actually have someone to talk with. Taxes.
Simultaneous fetishization of cartoons and things aimed at children, and demonization of anybody who watches it without being a child.
Sexism and glorifying sex, and specifically trying to make female characters look more sexually appealing despite the fact that they are in fact underage. Taxes. Misogyny.
Misogyny, taxes, abundant, just complete inescapable sexualization of female characters regardless of what story they are in, or what story they are telling, or what role they play in the story. Animals...
Constantly glorifying a single body type, constantly demonizing the single body type that is being glorified purely because it is being glorified and not for any legitimate reason.
Female animals with an hourglass figure, taxes, student loan debt, public transportation.
Female animals with an hourglass figure who are all covered in pink. Taxes.
Female animals with eyelashes and an hourglass figure. Taxes. Tax fraud.
Female animals with an hourglass figure, pink, eyelashes, and bows. Tax evasion. Tax fraud.
Young female animals who look like exact carbon copies of their mother. Taxes.
Children of interracial species or interspecies couples who look exactly like exact copies of their parents, because interspecies or interracial couples don't actually exist, and therefore we cannot draw any real examples from real life. Taxes, tax evasion, misogyny.
Okay, so Nathan, because I recognize that you are confused, very early in the stream, there was some sort of joke made about how Ink and I are adults and we talk about adult things.
Yeah.
And then we just haven't stopped.
Kat just started, like, when she said we talk about adult things, she started, like, listing off things like mortgages and tax rates and whatnot. And then I said, how dare you say that about my mom? And then we just sort of started going back and forth listing various problems with society or pressures of adulthood. And now we just haven't stopped because it's kind of funny and it's weirdly cathartic.
It honestly is.
It's just, it's so weird because it really shouldn't be. Like, arguably, right now we should be miserable or, like, getting upset, but we're not. We're just kind of vibing.
Glorifying and normalizing taking advantage of others and other things that I cannot say because they're triggery. Taxes.
Glorifying inappropriate behavior in one gender and then demonizing it in the other, purely because double standards and infantilization of one or another gender or sex.
Double standards. Taxes.
Corrupt government. Taxes.
Corrupt government. Inequality of access to resources, healthcare, and general things required to survive. Misogyny. Mortgage.
Misogyny. Wait, you can break the leaves of the tree that a beehive is on? I thought they would just kill you.
No, they only get mad if you break the beehive without silk touch, or if you try to harvest the honey or wax without a campfire there.
Oh, okay.
You can do whatever you want to their tree.
I thought if you like touched the tree at all, they would just get really angry.
Nope.
That's very nice of them, I suppose.
Tax fraud.
Homeless crisis.
Job market.
Job market.
Token representation.
Treating representation like it is simply a means to an end rather than a genuinely legitimate thing to help people feel more accepted and normalized in society.
Taxes. Failure of our education system to teach people how to do taxes. Failure of our education system in every way. Our education system.
Overconsumption of anything and everything, and demonization of those who ask whether or not overconsumption should be allowed. Taxes.
Societal pressure to be constantly aware of and worried about every problem in society constantly, because not doing so would make you a bad person who doesn't care about anyone or anything.
Societal pressure to be worried about everything and anything in society constantly, because not doing so makes you a bad person.
The food industry.
The clothing industry.
The entertainment industry.
Industry.
Industry, capitalism, monopolies, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, taxes.
Walmart.
Walmart. That's me!
It's you! Unfair prices specifically to perpetuate the wealth gap and to make some people feel superior or better than simply because they can afford something that should be entirely affordable to lower classes, despite the fact that the only thing separating the lower class is funds.
Unequal access to necessary resources for life and unequal access to things that are not necessary but make life a whole lot more livable. Human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
Cringe culture.
Cringe culture.
Sexism among content creators.
The need to constantly one-up people all the time, regardless of whether anything is actually worth getting one-upped over, simply because you must win, because otherwise you have failed society as a person and individual.
The expectation that the only point of your existence is to gratify yourself to others. The expectation that you need to and are required to be attractive for the sake of others. So they will be attracted to you because otherwise you're a bad person. Taxes.
The expectation that if you are not attractive or have not had a significant other, you are therefore a bad person or have secret bad or negative traits that will inevitably manifest themselves in whoever decides to become your future partner.
Or that you are just a sad
blaming.
loser who is failing at life. Victim blaming.
Glorification of sex.
Double standards.
Double standards. Glorification of romance.
Glorification of romance. Glorification of societally standard life plans.
Heteronormativity. Normativity.
People older than you asking you what your college plans are. Heteronormativity. Gender norms.
The idea that everyone must have their life. Oh, wait, hold on.
What is this stream? I don't know.
That was my mom. So it turns out that I was volunteered / voluntold to do kitchen things and clean everything up and whatnot. But that has been done for me by mom because it was bothering her, and now I feel guilty.
Guilt culture.
Guilt culture.
Parental expectations, societal norms, misogyny, taxes.
The idea that the dad is fundamentally the only one who can earn money in a family, and therefore sexism, misogyny.
The ideal that men cannot be good fathers, or, like, cannot be the one who stays at home and does not earn an income, if there is to be one who stays at home and does not earn an income. The idea that men cannot take care of children.
The idea that men can only appreciate their child when they're a newborn child, and therefore everything after that is annoying and the wife's job. Ableism.
Ableism, sexism, taxes. The expectation that an 18-year-old will be a fully functioning adult who can live on their own and get through college without any issues.
The expectation that an 18-year-old can live on their own and be an adult, despite the fact that everyone has already experienced being an 18-year-old, all the adults have already experienced being an 18-year-old, and therefore that expectation makes no sense because they themselves were never prepared for it.
Expectation of partying. Expectation of excessive drinking. Expectation of excess of a lot of things to the point of unhealth or discomfort in a person because everybody else is doing it. Taxes.
Expectation of drug use to the point where say no to drugs is so commonly known that it's almost a joke.
Education system.
Expectation that people who are sick, either mentally or physically, somehow earned their way there and or are abusing their medication because medication is evil. Expectation that medication is evil. Ableism, sexism, misogyny, taxes.
You know, if anybody ever tries to cancel us, they're just gonna come back to this stream.
If I'm gonna get canceled over saying ableism is bad, then you know what? Maybe
it's worth going down.
Yeah.
Infantilization of adult men and the idea that they cannot contribute to household chores because they are inept. Stereotyping adult men as being completely incompetent with anything to do with the home, and adult women as completely competent, or else they are failing at being a woman. What's the opposite of infantilization of women? Because they have to be so grown up and mature from a very young age, while also babying them.
There's a word for it. I know there's a word for it.
I mean, maturation isn't right because that's an active verb.
Sexual objectification.
Yes. Sexual objectification of young people, especially young actors. Especially young female actors.
The idea that a woman, no matter what, must be the younger party in a monogamous relationship.
Parasocial relationships to the point of unhealthiness.
Expectation of parasocial relationships being unhealthy to the point where people assume that any and all parasocial relationships must be unhealthy.
Expectation of interest in popular media and popular media actors and or participants.
Freud.
Societal expectation of having crushes on celebrities. Freud. Stockholm Syndrome as demonization, rewriting history, what's the word I'm looking for?
Describe it?
Like when revisionist history. Yes, that.
Revisionist history, yeah.
Yes.
Christopher Columbus. Glorification of colonialism. Colonialism. The idea that a culture who has less tech is therefore inferior or less capable of understanding subjects like emotional capacity.
Cultural expectation that everyone will communicate in the expected way, and if they do not, they are less intelligent.
Infantilization of what's it called? Oh boy.
Describe it.
Developmental disorders.
Is
the
there
expectation
a word for that?
Probably. I don't remember it though. The Webkinz song that was chosen was not a recipe. It was just describing how great caramel soup was.
Yes, you are correct.
And then it also included several ingredients. The ingredients included were caramel, of course, marshmallows, honey, cinnamon, sprinkles, and maybe ice cream.
Specifically, the Webkinz song I chose was the dramatic ballad of the Carmel Lion going into a temple on a blatant Indiana Jones spoof. Appropriation of others' cultures. And people getting upset for what they deem cultural appropriation without actually being part of that culture and having the right to decide that. So then the lion goes through into the temple and is like doing the Indiana Jones stuff, except the sake of all the Indiana Jones stuff is to get to the caramel soup, which is just caramel soup because the lion doesn't like to eat vegetables. Demonization of body modifications.
Demonization of health standards. Demonization of people who like living healthy lives. Glorification of people who have surprisingly unhealthy lives, but who have a glamorous life, so therefore must be healthy.
Glorification of unhealthy habits for the sake of who can be most unhealthy and most upset and sad and miserable and depressed. Expectation that everyone will be sad and miserable and depressed, except you, because if you are, you're failing. But if you... Societal expectation that everybody has worse problems than you. And therefore you cannot be upset about the problems.
Societal expectation that if you have problems, you therefore are a problem and are actually bringing down the rest of society and are causing problems for your fellow neighbors.
Treating children like a burden.
Treating children like a burden.
Societal expectation that you must apologize and make up for your own existence, especially as a child who is treated like a burden.
Societal expectation that people will have children but will eventually hate their own children except for one. Societal expectation of favorite children.
Societal expectation of equal success in the same measurable way among all children.
Societal expectation that regardless of what you do, your own success must be measured by the people around you and not how you personally are doing, feeling, or improving.
Societal expectation that your job has to be your whole life and you have to love what you do. But if what you love to do will not make you enough money, then you need to do something that makes you money instead.
Societal expectation that you can't do what you love and make money.
Societal expectation that if you do that, they have to be the same thing, rather than being able to have hobbies.
Societal expectation that you somehow hate all your hobbies except for one, which you would like to do as a career, despite the fact that you don't necessarily want to make money off of it.
Trivialization of hobbies and expectation of obsession with one skill.
Expectation and societal pressure to be or have or know talent, and therefore societal expectation and pressure to be talented, know people who are talented, and exclusively never improve yourself because you are not talented. Societal expectation that those who aren't talented can't succeed and therefore shouldn't try.
True. Job market taxes.
Economy taxes.
Economy. Stock market taxes. Investments. Fiscal responsibility. Expectation to be good with money. Expectation that women will not be good with money. Expectation that only certain personality stereotypes can be good with money.
Expectation and pressure to not be a good driver or to exclusively exclude women from being good drivers in your count of who is and who isn't a good driver because you don't wish for them to be able to drive. I said be able to twice. I think I'm getting tired.
I think it might be time to wrap this stream. It's nearly 11.
Oh
no! It's fine. But, alright. You guys want to do one more song or just go ahead and write now? Taxes. Tax fraud.
Tax evasion.
Tax evasion, tax fraud.
Deforestation. Defenestration.
Defenestration.
Can I just say, defenestration is such a fantastic word because it sounds like something horrible, like, but then you learn it's just the act of throwing someone out a window.
Pulchritudinous.
Huh?
Pulchritudinous.
Pulchritudinous.
It means beautiful and it sounds terrible.
It means what?
It means beautiful and it sounds terrible.
Pulchritudinous.
Taxes.
Sounds like... That almost sounds like an 18th century word that was made up to discriminate against a specific class of people. And I know that sounds specific, but like that's
18th century words made up to discriminate against specific sets of people.
Yeah. The entire mindset of the 18th century.
Trivialization of online friendships.
Trivialization of friendships. Trivialization of platonic love.
Overemphasis on romantic love. With the expectation that it will be heteronormative and in marriage and children.
And involve sex.
And the children that the female in the relationship will bear herself because every woman should want to bear her own children regardless of health issues.
Demonization of adoption.
Demonization of adoption. Societal expectation that adopted children are not real children and their parents are not real parents. Overemphasis of genetics and blood family ties over found family and people you choose to be around. We're doing it again. Nathan, pick a song. Ink, pick a song. Somebody pick a song.
We could do Satisfied. We could also do Paper Rings.
I wonder what the chords are like for Paper Rings.
Hold on, can you guys hear me swallowing my tea?
I think maybe slightly.
That's so weird. I'm sitting like 1.5 feet away from the mic. I don't know how to feel about that. Yes, Minecraft, you're right. It is freaky.
Yes. All right, you want to do paper rings?
Sure. Want to sing together and make it cursed?
Yes, always.
Excellent. Excellent.
1, 2, 1, 2. Moon is high, like your friends were the night when we first met. Went home and I tried to stalk you on the internet. I read all of the books beside your bed. The wine is cold, like the shoulder that I gave you in the street. Cat and mouse for a month or 2 or 3. Now I wake up in the night and watch you breathe. And it's not creepy, surprisingly enough. Hey, kiss me once cause you know I had a long night. Kiss me twice cause it's gonna be alright. 3 times cause I waited my whole life. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I like shiny things, but I'd marry you with paper rings. That's right, darling. You're the one I want, and I hate accidents, except when we went from friends to this. That's right, darling. You're the one I want in paper rings, in picture frames, in child-appropriate dreams. You're the one I want in the winter, in the icy outdoor. When you jumped in first, I went in too. I'm with you, even if it makes me blue. Which takes me back to the color that we painted your brother's wall. I mean, without all the X's, fights, and loss, we wouldn't be standing here so tall. So, kiss you once, cause you know I had a long night. Kiss you twice, cause it's gonna be alright. 3 times, cause I waited my whole life. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I like shiny things, and I marry you with paper rings. That's right, darling. You're the one I want, and I hate accidents, except when we went from friends to this. That's right, darling. You're the one I want in paper rings, in picture frames, in PG dreams. You're the one I want. I want to drive away with you. I want your complications too. I want your dreary Mondays. Wrap your arms around me, baby boy. I want to drive away with you. I want your complications too. I want your dreary Mondays. Wrap your arms around me, baby boy. I like shiny things, but I'd marry you with paper rings. That's right, darling. You're the one I want, and I hate accidents, except when we friend from friends to this. That's right, darling. You're the one I want, and I like shiny things, and I'd marry you with paper rings. That's right, darling. You're the one I want, and I hate accidents, except when we went from friends to this. That's right, darling. You're the one I want in paper rings, in picture frames, in all my dreams. You're the one I want in paper rings, in picture frames, in all my dreams. You're the one I want. Yay!
Yay!
All right. I am sending.
Song.
Yes, good song. Good job. We did a good Christmas song. I'm sending you guys over to Sully because he's cool and he does music, and I met him in an Errant raid. Well, met is a strong word. I discovered his channel in an Errant raid, and Errant has good taste in streamers. because Arid is a good streamer. Anyway, have fun storming the castle. Later will take a miracle. Drink some water. You're important. Stay safe. I will be live again Monday, probably barring calamity. Have a good weekend. Thank you for coming to the stream. Ink, what would you like to say to them?
Yes, okay, so you are all important and loved and valuable, even if you aren't in a good position right now. In the future, you can be, and you will be, and I believe that you will be, and you're all very important, and I love you all, slash parasocial.
Is it
remember to self-care and take breaks and drink water and eat food and go to sleep and all that stuff.
Yes. Take care of yourself as if you were valuable, because you are. Have fun storming the castle. No, wait. Ink. We need to do my outro back and forth. Have fun storming the castle.
Think it'll work?
It'll take a miracle. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, you guys. Have a good night.
Bye. Bye.